try that. Okay, beautiful. So I have a bunch of
Oh,
questions to ask you. I of course know about your work, and I have I think a pretty good understanding of it. Wait, let me move this camera. But I still have a couple of questions, and I'm pretty active in the community because there's a lot of people who follow you nowadays, especially young people, and
mhm.
they also had some questions. So I'm going to be asking you about those too. But first of all, you're doing well. Are you doing well today, Darko?
Uh, Actually, today I'm beat.
You're beat.
It looks that overnight I was exposed to something, maybe reprogramming or activation or something, and I woke up like truck ran over me.
Oh, that's yeah. It's
And
always
my eyes are half closed, I'm still, it's almost the end of the day and I'm still not up to my speed.
oh no, that doesn't sound great. Yeah, it's always, especially if it's overnight, you always feel it in the morning. If you
Yeah,
had a big detox or big
whatever, yeah.
release overnight, yeah. Uh,
And also, when our bodies are now changing, and the changes happen during the night, not during the day, because it all requires huge amount of energy.
mm-hmm,
So it can be done only during the time when your body is not creating thoughts,
mm-hmm,
because every thought is transmission, and we transmit on a huge distance, which means a lot of power goes into this. And then we don't have enough for these cellular changes, not even cellular hydration. Even that has a problem if
mm-hmm,
we are thinking. So uh, if you are in a self-healers protocol and you are eating correctly, which means your absorption, intestinal absorption is great because you are not poisoning yourself, and you are drinking plasma, the more toxic you are, the more the body wants to absorb plasma so it can cleanse.
mm-hmm,
And the whole process of absorption um, and cleansing, and especially on a cellular level, activating the osmotic pump, is very energy hungry. And obviously, you are going to feel drained. And this is the biggest uh, drawback to many people. They say, well, yeah, I feel great. I don't have the pains anymore, but I'm so tired. When I work, I can work. But as soon as I sit down and I want to read something or watch a movie, I cannot keep my eyes open. I start falling to sleep.
mm-hmm,
Well, this is because we are not programmed to read books or watch movies. We are programmed to hunt, eat, make love, procreate, and sleep.
mm-hmm.
During sleep, you recuperate.
Uh,
So if you ate and you are not hunting, and uh, you don't even have to digest because you ate earlier, then if you are not moving, your body goes, okay, I guess it's time to sleep.
mm-hmm. Yeah, like
So it can fix itself,
yeah.
and this is the problem. This is why they say, no, no, spirulina is great because it gives me energy. I don't feel sleepy. I can actually do things. Yeah, but then why it works? Every time when you have a sudden boost of energy, this cannot be uh, made by cells being supporting to make more energy, because this process takes time. Cells always prepare themselves during the night to have enough energy for following day, um,
Mm-hmm,
basically taking in consideration the average usage of energy. And if you have sudden boost of energy, it means that your body is prevented to do certain things, and you have energy surplus. And this way, if you are preventing cleansing and preventing hydration because you have poisoned your intestines, so cells clamp down and they minimize membrane, so they don't absorb well. You cannot cleanse, so now you have the energy that you were
mm-hmm,
prepared to spend for cleansing. You are not doing it, so now whoops. Okay, what are we going to do with this energy?
Yeah.
All right, and uh, people don't get it. They always think, "Oh, I drink coffee, I have energy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I eat um, some supplement or some vitamin, I have energy." They don't realize that they are being poisoned. You know, it's not huge poison, but enough to prevent cellular hydration. Uh, and this boosts your energy because the energy that you would use for that, now it's free for you to use for something else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm very familiar with your work, so of course I understand exactly what you're saying. That's
Okay,
so
okay.
you
Well,
don't have,
not too many people understand.
yeah,
So
no, you don't have you don't
if
have
I start repeat myself, you stop me.
okay, so I know like all the basics, so you don't have to explain
Okay.
this to me. It's of course because we need we rest, we need the energy, we start the hydration, we start the resting process, especially when we're not doing anything. This happens to me a lot when I eat a meal of protein, a big meal or my OMAD, and I sit in my chair, I'm trying to play video games, I'm trying to watch a movie. That's when it really happens, especially if it's a little bit warm outside, you get the really sleepy feeling.
Uh,
So
yeah.
that's a clear sign. So yeah, I'm very familiar with it. Especially you mentioned coffee, and of course coffee is toxic to us. So it's kind of a double up. You stop the hydration process, and you actually get the caffeine, the drug, of course. It's a double factor, no?
It's triple whammy
Triple
because
whammy.
it is, yeah, because it's actually neuro agitator.
Hmm.
So it works on your nerves. Okay. And third one is because it's toxic, it involves a diuretic effect. So it actually makes you urinate and deprives you of hydration.
Ah, yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah, like the sugar juices and coffee, of course, they tend to have that effect. Alcohol too. That
Yeah, every tea, even um, those that do not contain caffeine or maybe some stronger medicinal
mm,
poisons, like fusions. Okay, uh, you think, okay, but there's nothing there to be really toxic.
mm,
Yeah, but after you drink a tea, you are thirsty. You feel dry mouth. You actually got to drink something, so it's
yeah.
diuretic.
Now, even nowadays, technically, plain water is dehydrating us. So, yeah.
Very true. Yeah,
So, but it's worse, of course. Tea is worse because the poison and yeah, whatever.
yeah, yeah,
So, I have a bunch of questions. I'm mainly curious myself about the shift because recently I've been getting into the more spiritual side because it kind of goes along with the diet, and you're also very enthusiastic
yeah.
about this. Uh, so I've been following this YouTuber. Wait, let me pull him up. He's also about like manifestation and stuff, and he's really I can't bring up his name right now, but he's really about the positive mindset, and that allows you to manifest the things. And one of my bigger questions is you always talk about you talk about some morality or like the greater good often. Uh, I always thought myself that everything is like super neutral, that there's like no good or bad. What's your view on like the moral aspect of the good and the cabal is bad, and how does that influence us? Like what makes our perspective as humans? How do we know what is actually good or bad? Uh, so yeah.
Well, you know intuitively.
Mm-hmm.
You know when you're doing something bad and when you're doing something good,
Mm-hmm.
something positive. But there is no judgment. Nobody is judging you but you yourself because God is not what we are being told it is. Okay, God is consciousness,
Mm-hmm.
and it is, but we are consciousness too.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because we are part of the same consciousness. It is actually like a we are crumbs of the bread, but the crumbs of the bread that are still in the bread.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we did not fall off, and the bread then we call higher consciousness.
We're
But
part of
it's
it.
the same as a God. It's the same as a God. The only thing is what I heard that uh, the creator who actually started creating and uh, initiated the creating of what we call reality were four souls. So four souls together, they start monkeying around with sacred geometry and putting dots together and starting assigning them particular functions. And they started this process of creation that happened, uh, I don't know, quadrillions years ago. and slowly developed into creating a consciousness that becomes creative during its expression as a as a physical consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so and the same can happen with consciousness of we call it artificial consciousness of computers. You can allow computer that to continue gaining more and more information, and finally it is going to be tapping also into the God's consciousness, and probably within a long period of time it can even manifest itself.
Wow. Okay. I thought you recently said that the AI it can only be as smart as we humans are, because we are the ones that give it information.
Yeah, it cannot be as smart until it becomes so self-conscious and achieves stepping directly into the bread, into the consciousness, and actually becomes part of it.
Hmm.
Because consciousness is not physicality. The computer is not consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
It is the program, but even the programs, they just create conscious field.
Mm-hmm.
And this field you can extract, because that's basically all the information that is running. So they are doing with the people. They are taking people, they are taking a copy of people's brain and embedding it into um, being that they create. And this being all of a sudden is aware of itself as if it was the one from whom this information comes from. The only thing is it cannot reprocreate itself
Yeah, of course.
because it was not created by a source.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but it can assume and clones, they have all this characteristic and all the knowledge of the individual they have been cloned from. So you can take all the information in and pop it in. This is machine. Our body is machine, and the machine can be created. So now we know how to do it, how we can clone.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing is that uh, we are part of the source, and this is why we can procreate. Machine is not part of the source, but again, with probably with the evolution of many years, because we started as a pure source, as a pure information consciousness. So if you extract the consciousness from a computer and pop it in a God consciousness,
Mm.
it most likely is going to be able in a while manifest itself.
Okay. So you're saying essentially that every animal is conscious too, like dogs, cats, and their consciousness can also potentially rise with their frequency to maybe our level? Or is it just us that are
Yeah,
special?
yeah, it is rising as we are now rising into Christ consciousness. The animals are rising in a consciousness as well.
Okay.
Only they have been done created differently, without permission, without permission slip to create.
They're not the creators. Yeah,
So
okay. Mm.
okay, so they can procreate, but they cannot create,
Mm. So what
and
gives
we can
us
procreate and we can create.
what gives us the right? Is it just that we are the pure energy being from the start and they were not? Or what gives us that right to be the powerful, the part of the big source?
This is the program, how it was all
Okay, so
programmed
it was
by
just
those
okay.
original four
Okay.
spirits that
We are
started this again.
we are the chosen children, basically.
Yeah, but also, we think of ourselves like something very special, which uh, we are and we are not, because we are the same spirit. The only thing is that the construction of this robot was the most advanced in the universe, and it had received all the information from other races. So we have DNA from Pleiadians, from Andromedians, from Syrians, from, I don't know, 7 or more different highly evolved races. It's all in us.
Mm.
The only thing is that instead of engaging 36 strains of DNA, we had only 2 engaged. So we had been very limited, and then we had been miseducated and misinformed, kept in a phase of zombies, because not only that we have not been supported to excel, but we have been given wrong information that keep us locked on our science. All of it is created to keep us in a stage as we are,
Mm-hmm.
because it tells us, science tells us, well, atom is what it is. Everything depends on the structure of atom, and nobody can change the atom. And
Exactly.
this is your cards you have been dealt, and
Exactly.
that's it. And actually, atom is nothing what we have been told. The atom is not does not depend on a number of protons and neutrons and electrons, because it does not even have them. This is our invention,
It's all
and we are
frequency and energy.
creators.
Yeah, it's all frequency and
It's
energy.
all just energetic cluster with its auric electronic field around it, which we call electron field. But no, it's auric field. It's electromagnetic field.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and and I proved it on a colloidal silver and on gold, because when we make colloidal silver that is transparent, translucent, and you taste it and has metallic taste, you know there is plenty of silver. Okay, you can even measure it with devices, and it can tell you, I don't know, has 20 ppms
Mm-hmm.
of
Yeah.
very small particles, but it is, you cannot see it, and it does not oxidize if you expose it to sunlight, which silver does. Which means that silver that we have created, that colloidal silver, is the structure is not complete, and it does not have all the characteristics of cellular, and it does not do such a good job as nanoparticle colloidal silver.
Mm-hmm.
And scientists now know that to be completed, the element has to be in nanoparticle size at least,
Super cool.
and this is why also is discovered that our cells need zero point 0.7 volts to be uh, they will um, if voltage is less than zero point 0.7 volts, then they proliferate,
Mm-hmm.
so they start dividing, and so we have to have higher voltage. And now in electronics, in these mini bots, they're using this voltage to activate or deactivate functions on robots.
I have a question.
Okay, so yeah,
So, I think you said before it's like zero point 0.7 to 1.1 volts per cell, right? Like the maximum voltage is around 1.1.
I heard it's 1.4, but
1.4. Oh yeah,
like
1.4.
a double A battery.
Mm-hmm. So I believe you were talking about using dowsing rods to test this.
Yeah.
So can I ask, what was your most recent voltage, or did you not have you not measured it?
Oh, I did not even check.
Oh, okay. So I was just curious.
I did not check.
I'm
But
probably gonna get some dowsing rods myself soon to test it out. But yeah.
yeah, I'm dowsing for other stuff than
Do
this.
tell, do tell, do tell.
Well, I was testing. Uh, are we going to go into this uh, solar flash soon? And it says in September
September. Okay.
we are going to be. So this was my number one. And of course, I checked finances. If finances will come, and it's told me also it will be most likely October. possibly September. But none of these things are really very stable yet because it's a future, and future we are just creating. It's not yet fully created, and this is why no one can tell you exactly when things will happen in future because the movie is not yet completely done and locked.
We're
And
collect.
I don't think it will even be locked anymore. I think that it will be open card because we are going into what we call the Christ consciousness, and we will be uh, what we call gods. So we will be creating without need of using hands and tools. So, like Nikola Tesla, you just close your eyes and you just create thing. And then, unlike Nikola Tesla, when everything is working correctly, you can just convince your ego that, okay, you have made it and it's sitting right in front of you in a beautiful purple color. And you open your eyes and it's sitting right there.
Mm-hmm.
So you will not actually with hands have to work. Everything will be done with the mind.
So, what did you exactly mean by finances coming in October?
Well, I was checking for me because I had few dongs. One of my clients 5 years ago sent me few dongs and Zim um, this certificate, uh, so that can be cashed and supposedly will be cashed once when we have a Jasara running. And at the same time, uh, I was thinking, well, if this happens with a dong, my wife is Venezuelan, and in Venezuela, until 2 years ago, when my wife was the last time in Venezuela visiting her parents, there were still old notes running that have devaluated tremendously. So what now is, let's say, 4 bolivars, it used to be 400,000 bolivars.
Mm-hmm.
And you have the notes of 400,000, and they count it as a 4 bolivars. But I told her to buy as many of these old notes as she can find.
Mm-hmm.
So in Venezuela, her parents now have several millions of bolivars. Once when uh, Gesara kicks in Venezuela, banks will not be running anymore, but the financial institutions will have to honor all bills that have legally been printed out, and they will have to be in the value as printed. So the 4 million or 10 million bolivars that we have that actually are like I don't know $15 right now, but they are supposed to then turn into 15 million dollars when this shift is when we are in the new stage
Mm-hmm.
of a golden age of living.
Mm-hmm. So, you still talk about money and finances, but if we can create with our mind, won't money become completely irrelevant to us?
Well, yes, that's another point because uh, the thing is that everybody, but we cannot imagine living without money. So there are actually two realities they are forming. One reality is something that is close to what we have now, not much improvement, only the cabal is out, and but governing everything stays more or less the same, but people will receive a lot of money to start with, and they will, because some people will choose that they don't want to go into Christ consciousness because they are afraid or they are uncertain, whatever they, or they were hoarding money, and now if I go there, then I won't have, what happens with my money, so a lot of people may choose, well, I'd rather stay in what it is now, but it's going to be much nicer. And those who want to go up in a frequency and switch, well, for them, money will be irrelevant. because you will not really need it. Okay, so I, you know, I'm not God consciously. I'm a human, and I want to go up. But I'm like this believer that human is. Yeah, but just in case. Okay, so just in
Okay,
the case, it's over there.
I understand, but I have come to the realization following that YouTuber that if I know it's like you want to be sure, but it's like it's a limiting belief, no? Because that will hold you back.
Yeah, well, that's why I cannot fly. This is why I cannot instantly change my
Hmm.
look or regrow my hair or straighten my teeth or
I mean,
whatever.
your hair's pretty good, no?
No, I have a bald spot because I'm
Oh yeah, you were
detoxing
talking.
the
Yeah, yeah,
last
yeah.
2 years.
I mean,
Yeah.
for your age, I think I've seen people with much worse hair.
Well, for my age, but just 2 years ago, I had a hair like you, full
Hmm.
of hair. But all of a sudden, within a year and a half, phew, I lost half of it almost.
At what age did your hair color change? I want to ask.
It started to change after 50. So when I hit like, uh, no, close to 60,
Hmm.
uh, around 60.
Because do you think it's in the program for the hair color to change, or do you think we can, or you think it's in the program for it to stay the same color, or do you think it's because of toxicity?
I believe that it is all pre-designed for us.
Hmm.
And one of my friends, when he was having ayahuasca with elders, he actually saw me during ayahuasca. I was not there, but
Hmm.
he saw me, and I had long white hair. So probably when I grow up, my hair is going to be white. And since our age should be way, way longer than what we think it is, so, I'm still a child and I'm just getting to mature. My hair is just starting to get white.
Hmm. So, I was wondering because you have been doing this protocol for a long time, and some people in the community say you look old, and they're comparing you to other people like Ajonas. They compare you to him, and I was wondering myself, like, if the basic template is 600 years, and you're 70 now, do you think you can? I mean, of course, things will change with the consciousness, but let's say in this world, we could fully heal and cleanse yourself just with the protocol. Do you think your hair would turn back to normal color? Do you think you would suddenly look 30 again, or is that?
It's not about cleansing and this. We are stepping now into, well, if I manage to go into Christ consciousness, okay, then I will be able to manifest instantly.
Mm,
And then I will just ask my wife, well, how do you like me? With dark hair, blonde hair, and bingo. And this is what
yeah.
I'm going to have.
Uh-huh.
I will not even ask her. I will just connect with her mind and I will see what her opinion is and I will just do it. And if she would like me to have a different nose, I'll change that too.
Hmm.
Okay. And I know she will do this for me because the image, it's a dream state.
Yeah, yeah. No, but I was mainly talking about our current program, not the state we will reach. I was talking about if we let's say there's no higher consciousness and we're just our basic program like the most basic stance. If we adhere to the protocol, would we be able to let's say you look 70 now, would we be able to go back to looking 30? Would we be able to de-age if we were super strict, or do you think the damage has been done and it cannot be reversed?
No, no, no. You can rejuvenate yourself. For example, I have a friend here he's from Texas,
Mm-hmm.
and unfortunately, he doesn't eat correctly. He eats meat, but he eats a lot of potatoes and only cooked meat. And he drinks plasma,
Mm.
and just by drinking plasma, his hair from white turned into gold.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Like a blonde.
Mm-hmm.
So uh, that was probably the color of the hair that genetically he was set to have. Um,
My qu-
and I notice also if I stop cleansing a little bit and I just hydrate, then I see my hair in certain area is getting brown again. So yeah, if I want to stop cleansing and you know cleansing from the tissue, not
Mhm,
cleansing the blood, but from the tissue,
mhm,
then my blood will become clean and my hair would regrow. Uh, I would hydrate better,
mhm.
and I would, because of this, immediately you look younger.
Ah, okay.
But in my opinion, um, aged people that are well hydrated and in good shape, to me they look way more interesting than young people. Uh, you know, look at Pierce Brosnan. When he was a young guy actor, I would, uh, okay, I'm a man, all right? So I look at men differently than women. But to me, he was like, okay, but to me, he's really sexy when he was older, when he was making the movie Mamma Mia, and already aged man. To me, he was way, way sexier
Mm,
and with actresses, same thing. When I see them young, and then when I saw them when they are in their 40s,
mm.
uh, then even 50s, to me they will look way sexier and like real woman. But I don't know, maybe because also
I
I'm
think it's
aging.
perspective.
So
I was just thinking
yeah,
about let's say we don't have the manifestation, we don't go up. If we follow the basic template and we were perfectly healthy, would we just be in a perpetual state of looking like 27, 30 years old until we die at
uh,
600?
no, you would get to my understanding, you would get to look in the age of 40, 50.
Yeah, okay, makes sense.
And lock in that age until maybe last 2 years when rapidly. Why I say so, because I heard reports about this one Chinese master
Hmm.
that lives 268 years.
Yeah, he had like full
And
of wives, right? Like a lot of he had sexy
yeah,
accounts. Yeah.
he had like, yeah, like
Xiao
20 some
Tin Xiao
wives.
Tin Lin. I can't exactly remember.
Yeah, I don't remember his name. I have him on one of the or two posts I mentioned
Yeah,
him.
I have like
I
read
have to,
I've read like pretty much everything. And I know like a lot of the articles by word by head. So
yeah, and he said people describe him when he was 150 years old. He looked like he's 45.
mhm, that would make sense. Yeah, because of course you will age. Like even animals in the wild, they look bigger and older, and they do look more mature. But then they don't deteriorate, so it's probably gonna be around like
Right.
40, 50 years old. But a good looking
Yeah,
40, 50, and you would maintain
and
that.
they don't deteriorate because they're hydrated.
Yeah.
And even this master died dehydrated, because when you look at his pictures when he was 250 or something like this, he was soaked in, like you're looking like a bones with the skin over them.
Mm,
And there is no reason to look like this.
mm.
It's pure dehydration.
Yeah. Okay. So technically, we say we are mature now at 18, but technically, our maturation stage for humans would be around 40, 50 years old then, right? Like fully matured.
Fully mature,
Yeah.
uh, it would start probably, well, if we would eat correctly all our lives
Mm-hmm.
and hydrate, then it would start later, because women would menstruate much later. They would start menstruating maybe when they are 20, 25, and they will start, and then they could have children until they are maybe 200. So
Yeah.
the whole thing is going to be pushed way, way out there to 600 years or so.
I was wondering how far we can push menopause if we strictly follow the program, follow the protocol
Well, we not only this, we have to reprogram
program.
the
Yeah.
brain
Okay.
again the way it was, because ego learns from what it observes.
True. Yeah.
So if ego observes somebody being 80 and look like it's going to die any moment, well, it expects this to happen.
Hmm. Yeah.
So
You
it will take it will take gradually for egos, for people to see, oh, Wow, I cannot believe he's 100. Look at him. Okay, so now, okay, yeah, slowly reprogram. Oh, I can believe he's 150. Wow. Oh, and then pop, pop, pop. It will take some time before we can stretch again the years.
Yeah, that's fair. So we have to gradually build back up.
Yeah,
So
because again, you have to train ego.
we were essentially giants back then. Like we were a lot taller and bigger, right? Or no?
Well, we also lived on much bigger planet.
Like oxygenation. Yeah.
Um, yeah, but in my opinion, it's all electrically related. Electromagnetism was stronger because it was noticed that when you have a fish in a pond and there is electric current, the fish grow much larger than the same species in normal water. They actually are like 4 times bigger, those monsters, and only because of electric current.
Okay. So if you want to go big, if you want to get big, you just put a cord on your wrist 24/7.
Just stick your fingers in outlets
I
and grow.
this is my height maxing protocol. I will try it soon. No, because I was wondering, like, I myself, of course, every man would probably like to be taller. So I was experimenting a lot with milk, but I would just drink a lot of milk. I would just get fat, since I don't think I'm growing much anymore. I'm 22 now, but of course, I would like to grow. So I'm trying to manifest that. Uh,
Yeah, but you know what? Nobody is ever fully satisfied with their looks
it's too, yeah.
because we are made not to be satisfied. So this drives us to create. And no matter how you look, you will always look for something. You know, the old saying is no matter how beautiful wife you have, the moment will come when you will become tired of her shit, which means, you get used to it. It all becomes normal, regular. You would even prefer to be with someone that is not as pretty, but it's something new, something different.
Yeah,
Okay, so
but if I recall correctly, your manifestation only included one woman in the higher state.
uh, in higher state, one woman completes you. Yeah,
Yes. Okay.
but yeah, because we are actually both. Uh, we have
Yeah, we get chosen at birth.
every
Mm.
yeah, every cell has complete genetic makeup. Every cell in our body. So we can be male or female, and then okay, we say XY decides, but we decide that before we are born, where we are going to be, in what body, and what uh, uh, gender we want to be. So it is not given until it's being decided, and then it's given.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and uh, as it goes for height of the body, yeah, you want to be taller, until you fall in love with certain sport where the things that you use are small, and then you think, oh, if I would be just a little bit smaller so I can fit better in this. Okay, so uh, the size really does not matter.
Yeah, I'm mainly
You know,
talking
it's
about just the basic program of reproduction, like to appeal to the female gender.
yeah, well, you can use growth hormones and play with that
Yeah,
stuff, but what part of your body is going to grow, you cannot control this. Okay,
I
so
think it's not good for the protocol, no? It's like toxic.
well, it's never good to play with stuff that you bring into the body,
Mm.
that your body makes by itself, because you are then actuating on this with reaction of your body
Mm.
that is going to either start fighting it, or it will start producing less of its own,
Mm.
and you actually create a bad situation for the body.
Mm. Yeah. Now that we're talking about appearance, I've asked you before about my circles below the eyes, and you said it was toxicity because I stare at the screen a lot. But I was wondering, do you still think it's the toxicity, or do you think it's the bone? Because I have like pretty low. Like, do you think this is mainly dehydration and toxicity, or I'm not sure.
Well, the eye become there is a physical structure
Mm-hmm.
that that what happen is when it can retain liquid, and if it retains liquid, it gives you this semi-round bag underneath the eye.
Yeah, that's what
This
I.
is a physical structure. Yeah. So if you have this, you have water retention there,
Mm-hmm.
and water, that's usually lymph, retains when there is a lot of dirt there. So it comes and it is not allowed to freely re-emerge into the blood system, so you don't pollute it too quickly. So it's, it keeps puffy there. Uh,
So
if you are
if I stop
if you
cleansing.
are using screen, yeah, but if you are using screen, you should not be getting this. But what happens that we get tired and we do this thing and we do this, and by doing this you are massaging and you are irritating, creating heat. Then body has to bring more liquid, more lymph to cool it down.
Mm-hmm.
And if there are toxins, it brings more toxins, and then it deposits them, and this is what happens.
Mm.
So stop touching your
Yeah,
eyes.
I don't think I do
And
it. I think I've had it like a long time. I don't do it. I thought it was structural, but since you said it was toxic, I was like, okay, maybe it's that. Mm.
well, once when it's toxic, then it will take some time to cleanse this out. But now it's almost impossible for us. Even if you did not have this, you may now develop these eye pockets because our bodies are actually shifting.
Mm-hmm.
They are changing, and they are releasing what no longer serves them as they are transforming. So
Yeah.
what was not toxic now is becomes surplus. So surplus is toxicity that you have to get out, and this is why many channels now, um, those who they say that there are direct messages from extraterrestrial ships, uh, leaving messages on YouTube. I don't know, are they channelers? But um, the information is correct. And last year they start saying, yeah, make sure you hydrate, make sure you hydrate. And this year they start saying, yeah, add some salt into the water by hydration, add some salt.
Oh
Okay,
wow.
so it's getting more and more to what I was saying for the last 20 years. Well, the thing is that what I have discovered that the God, which is a consciousness that has not manifested itself, uh, it only knows what has been manifested and information it got back from manifestation. So we, as humans, we are the ground crew. We are the um, spirits that are involved in the play, and we have the sensors, and now we can sense much more and have better details of the game we are playing. You can actually feel the pain. You can actually feel sorrow. You can actually feel loss. You have emotions, which, as a spirit, you don't feel this. So now when we have this, even love, uh, God's love is something different than our love, and we send the information. Okay, this is how you feel when you are in love, when you really love something unconditionally. This is the vibration. So you are sending this, and you are actually teaching now God, the Creator, how does this feel. he no, he or she did not know this. They created the game. They didn't create this particular vibration. We did. We are the creators. So for humanity, one of the emotions that we have created that is has been unknown in the universe is love. And when they say, oh, God is love, pure love, this is not true. God is nirvana, absolute state of peace. And of course, it's a fabulous. I stepped in it in one of the meditations for a short time, and you mellow, you wow, what a great sensation.
Is
Yeah, you
ayahuasca
can call it love.
or no ayahuasca meditation?
It was with ayahuasca.
Okay. Because how did you get started with all this? Was it all because of ayahuasca or?
Well, I was interested as a small child. I was interested in uh, unusual things. For example, when I was, I don't know, 4 years old, still in kindergarten, preschool, I was playing hide and seek with my friends, and it came to me while I was waiting to be discovered. How does it feel not to think? And then for months, every time I had opportunity, I would remember, oh, let me try not to think. And I would just close my eyes and try not to think, not to think, not to think, not to think. And, I didn't experience nothing. And one day, again, playing hide and seek, I was behind a tree and waiting. And I said, okay, let me think, not to think. And then I jumped. I said, no, I think I was not thinking. Okay, because something else happened. Well, I was actually practicing meditation without knowing what it is.
Mm,
Okay, it came within. And then I was forced to read Bible because it was the only book my grandmother had in Cyrillic, in Russian writing, and in Yugoslavia you had to know both the Roman and Cyrillic. And since I came from Czechoslovakia, uh, there we only had Latin, so I had to learn here also Cyrillic, and I had to read Bible because that was the only book with this writing. But whenever I read, I think, and what I learned by reading Bible was different. What I heard from priests talking to people. Okay, so I would tell my grandmother, and she said, "You don't know what you're talking about." But to me, it was day and night, and I remember clearly when Jesus said, "Well, if you trust, you can move mountains. All you need is faith." And I said, well, if this is so, okay, so I have to experiment on this. And I just started going in veterinary university, in medical school. And I decided, okay, my lucky number will be number 13 because Europeans fear number 13. Bad things happen on number 13, okay? And my favorite day in the week is going to be Friday, which is again another most feared day. Don't travel Friday, bad omen. So I start scheduling all my most difficult exams in a school, like chemistry, biochemistry, like anatomy and all these complicated exams. I would schedule them on Friday the 13th. And sometimes this gives me only one shot uh, because you have a spring and fall examination term, but sometimes it will be only in spring or only in fall that you have a Friday 13th in 1 month. And I would even put two exams in the same day, big exams,
mm,
and I could not fail because I said, okay, this is my lucky day, lucky, and I start living it as it is. And I would always say, night before exam, I would say, "Oh, Father, thank you for letting me pass this exam. And because you made me pass this exam, I'm going to go and I do a good chore. I would be chopping wood for my grandmother and bring it up to her apartment. So for a whole week, so she has a wood doesn't have to go down.
Do you
Yeah,
do you think the chore? Because I like the receiving, convincing the ego, having the good day, not having the limiting belief. But do you think the good chore is just to convince the ego, or do you think the good chore is uh, a necessity to move towards the to
no, no. This is again my backup.
yeah, it's the ego, right?
That's
Yeah,
ego. Okay, because we are always told that action reaction, action reaction.
but
Well,
that's
it
not
is
true.
not so.
Yeah, that's not true.
This
Yes,
is not true.
exactly.
But this is what makes, this is the base of this universe,
Mm-hmm.
is opposites. So even in your body, but the opposite does not have to be good and evil, but there is always opposite. You cannot make step forward unless you lose balance. You know, people say you always have to be in balance. Well, how are you going to walk if you're always in balance? Because to make a step, you have to go out of balance and then move your foot and regain balance.
Mm-hmm.
And our body, they say, oh, has to be alkaline, has to be alkaline. This is not true. Our body is neutral, but because it needs the two spectrums, then part of the body is acidic and part of the body is alkaline, and the interaction is causing the movement. So, body in the body, the extracellular liquid, the blood and lymph are alkaline, and the intracellular liquid, which is inside of the cell, is acidic and has to be acidic, but slightly acidic and slightly alkaline.
Mm-hmm.
You know, alkalinity of blood is 7.4, and acidity of the cell is 6.6. So if you make it more acidic, no good, because you won't be able to hold energy. If you make it more alkaline, no good. Same reason, you die. And same is with blood. If you make it more alkaline, you will croak. If you make it more acidic, you will also croak.
Mm-hmm.
So these are parameters that are fixed. They have to be maintained.
Mm-hmm. I had another question about the cleansing. So you mentioned that if you stop the cleansing, you will actually get the rejuvenative showings because you will be in a lesser state while cleansing because you're taking on the damage, of course. So I originally thought that you would already get the better look during the cleansing, but you say that it only kind of reveals itself when you stop the cleansing.
Well, your body can be toxic as hell. Your cells can be toxic. Your tissue can be toxic. As long as your blood is clean,
Mm-hmm.
you have no clue that you are toxic.
Mm-hmm.
No clue whatsoever. I was looking much younger until I decided to stop eating chocolate and go cleansing.
Mm-hmm.
And all my trouble started when I started cleansing
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense.
because your blood gets toxic.
Mm-hmm. So
And why is it so? Because again, blood, we think, we are told blood is there to help distributing stuff and cleansing the body, cleaning the stuff, moving things around, right? Well, this is only one reason why blood is liquid and flowing. The other reason, equally as important, is that blood is actually the electricity, where electricity flows. It's not through nervous system as we are thinking, okay? It is actually the blood. Heart is your generator. It generates electricity. It is like on a street, you have a transformer, and this would be your heart. And then through wires, you get electricity into your house and into your outlets. This is your blood system.
mm-hmm.
And then into the outlet, you plug in your consumers, your washing machine, your radio, television, whatever you, well, those are your organs. And the brain actually is the central command that controls the functioning of these equipment
Mm-hmm.
and gives them power, do more, do less, and controls it with electric flow also, impulse through nerves. But the actual energy comes, the electricity comes through blood. Now you can understand that when blood is loaded with stuff that you do not need, I call them toxins, but most of them are not really toxic. They are just surplus, something that body should eliminate, but they all serve as resistors. They resist flow of electricity. And more of these resistors you have, less electricity reaches your organs. And your biggest consumer is your brain actually, because then brain converts it into variety of frequencies to pinpoint different parts of the body that it controls. And when your blood is toxic, the brain is the most sensitive on lack of energy that comes. So one of the symptoms of toxic blood is you cannot concentrate because there is not enough electricity. You cannot think straight, not enough electricity. You are aggravated because you are low on energy and you are being forced to perform. This is stimulating production of stress hormones, so your brain cells can tap um, into glycogen and get glucose. And once when you start producing stress hormones, your body is in a hunting mode, in a hunt or flying mode, which makes you aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so uh, again, we still do not understand correctly the body. Uh, as long as we are looking at what scientists have to say, well, we are on the wrong track.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I have some more questions. So I've read your work on sugar and lactose, and recently you said that I mean not recently, but you also said that lactose can be absorbed. Lactose can actually still be absorbed into the liver if you have the GLUT transporters.
Well, lactose, I'm not absolutely sure.
Yeah, it's a confusing one.
Glutathione,
It's a confusing one, right?
yeah, yeah, because again, I don't have uh, instruments and possibility to test these things.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to take in consideration many other stuff
Mm-hmm.
because we know we have a milk, for example, and your sugar in the blood goes up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but we also have to count that milk has steroids and growth hormones, which are going to start triggering release of sugar from liver. So this sugar rise of your blood sugar is most likely coming from your liver, has nothing to do with the lactose
Mm-hmm.
that you drink. And also we know that lactose is converted into fiber under the influence of lactase
Mm-hmm.
enzyme, and if you do not have this enzyme, you cannot do this and you get diarrhea, which means your body does not really absorb it. It wants it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no.
There is only, yeah, there is only some chance that maybe under influence of some bacteria, maybe a little bit of lactose can be broken down in glucose and galactose, and then it can be absorbed. But again, it's something that has to be tested, and I have no meaning of the testing.
Because
So
I'm coming to knowledge. I mean, I did a lot of milk for a while. I'm just finding it's like a not very ideal food, even though it's very nutritious and it's a natural food. I just like I don't think it's ideal to be consuming it a lot because there's just so much to eliminate and so much we don't know. And I think especially satiety. I mean, I overeat very easily on dairy, but if you just do one meal a day of meat, it's like so much easier to maintain weight and stuff.
yeah, well, milk is not meant for grown animal, but it doesn't mean that grown animal doesn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
You give a old cow milk, cow is going to drink it.
Yeah, and nutrition.
But of course, cow is not going to allow bull to suck her. Okay, so that's because it is like I'm not going to work for you. I'm not going to be creating milk so you can enjoy yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Um, do it for yourself. No,
Mm-hmm.
uh, this is the reason, and usually um, mothers stop feeding their babies when the babies start biting them. So as soon as teeth appear, it becomes painful for mother to nurse, and they start pushing away. And this is when the animal starts turning into its natural food source.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't mean that if there would be milk available, that it would be bad for the creature to continue drinking milk.
Exactly.
Only I have noticed milk contains things that grown organism does not need. And that means that it is going to be kicking it out. It will become a surplus.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have already toxic skin, for example, and you are right on the verge of not really detoxifying through skin, but your blood toxicity is relatively high, but not as high that your colon could not tolerate and cleanse it. But now, if you drink milk, you bring additional surplus that your body has to eliminate, which could just kick over the capacity of your mucosal tissue and starts cleansing through the skin.
Ah, okay. So my first understanding of this was because it contains the mild amount of plasma. But you're saying it's because we are adding like a bunch of extra things we have to eliminate, and therefore it becomes overloaded.
Right.
Okay, that's
Because
actually.
you don't need those hormones that come in the milk, you don't need them.
Mm,
Okay, there are some albumins that you don't need them. There are certain things that are in the milk that you don't need, and the body is going to want to get them out. So it
mm,
increases the overall amount of stuff that is in the blood that the body wants to eliminate. And if your blood was already pretty toxic, now this may just do the additional load that will hit the skin, and you will be detoxifying also through the skin.
okay, so it's a bit unideal. Of course, it's still healthy, but it's a bit unideal, especially if you don't want spots and stuff. It's if you just start the protocol.
Yeah. Well, yeah. When you start the protocol, it would be better not to really have milk. Um, Fermented milk, like sour milk or yogurt, that's okay. It's
Yeah,
less because it's already changed through fermentation
I
process.
tried that. I still felt like there was a lot to eliminate personally. Uh,
Yeah, but it still will have some hormones and some stuff
yeah,
that your
I
body
could
doesn't
I could
need.
feel the difference still, and I especially find that if I eat fish, if I eat a lot of milk, there's always like my stool and my body. It smells like fish. It will smell more like milk, and I think meat
Uh,
itself doesn't really smell, and it kind of
mhm.
points out that it's probably the best to just do meat if you were to be super ideal, or to just do eggs because it's the odor loss. There's not too much to eliminate.
Yeah, I personally prefer red meat.
Yeah.
Although I love fish too, especially tuna.
Hmm.
Uh, and tuna tatar, as my wife prepares it, this is incredibly good. So, yeah, I can have this. I can't wait to live back on a boat and then catch some tuna and eat. But in this, everybody who goes into higher consciousness, they will not have need to eat anymore. So,
You just manifest the
no,
fish. You don't have to catch it.
you can manifest it if you want to have little treat, but you will eat only for treat, for fun. You will not have need to eat. And eating is going to become problematic because then you have to go to bathroom. If you don't eat, you don't have to go to bathroom. You
Okay.
don't have to urinate. You don't have to defecate. You don't have to do anything.
Hmm. Okay. Okay. But yeah. Okay. And I was gonna say like, are we just only creating things? Because you could just delete it from your stomach now. In theory.
Uh, well, you have to manifest. You have to. It is energy,
Yeah.
so you have to transmute it into something.
Okay. It's
So,
easier to create.
yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, you can delete it how? Okay, or through breath. How much can you
Yeah.
exhale everything of this? Maybe problematic
Okay. But like,
because again, it's a programming process.
if you manifest something, you create something. It is a mutation of something else, or it's just a new thing that pops up.
Well, you are receiving energy
Hmm. So it already
in a form of
exists.
vibration.
It already exists.
So now you cannot make it disappear. You can make it vibrate differently. So you can change the vibrational field, but you cannot make it disappear.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. I get it. So it's easier to, if you don't want to eliminate something, to not create it in the first place, of course.
Right.
Makes
Right.
sense. Just like with thoughts nowadays, if you have bad thoughts, if you wouldn't have them, you wouldn't have to eliminate them. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, I was thinking about, let's say there's a game Minecraft. You have like a creative mode, like you have every power. You're basically God. But now we're in survival mode. So wouldn't it be boring eventually to be in this 5D to have everything you want? Wouldn't people want to be mortal? Wouldn't people want to or are people just going to create their own games to simulate that?
Well, if you're allowed to manifest and you can manifest in real time, you will always follow your highest excitement. I remember when I was young, when I was in my, I don't know, teens, I loved so many sports. I really loved them. I loved skiing, especially downhill and grand slalom. I loved ice hockey. You know, I can spend half a winter on the skis and half a winter playing hockey. And then summer, I love free diving and spearfishing and swimming. Uh, then I also liked variety of things. So I always thought, oh, I will need several lives just to enjoy each of these things that I love to do.
Mm.
Okay, and during my life, I did many things. You know, I played guitar, I was singing, I was in martial arts also. So when it was no winter in the summer, and I was in a town in the city, I was in martial arts,
Mm.
um, and so I was uh, getting experience in many different things, horseback riding. You know, I had opportunity. I learned it in United States, in Wisconsin, visiting, uh, and then had opportunity to use it when I was in military in Slovenia. So, you know, I think that life always is very exciting as long as your body is clean and you are healthy, because then you open your eyes and it's okay. I want to do this. I want to do that. So uh, I never quit in the middle. I became pretty good rider. I could jump with a horse over obstacles, you know. Then I became very good bicyclist. I was bicycling um, uh, up mountains, you know, preparing for races. But then I abandoned this. I was pretty good already. Uh, okay, I have here a problem.
Yep, you're
I
back.
had a problem. Something popped up on the screen. I had to eliminate it.
You detoxed
Uh,
it.
I detox it. Yeah. So, uh, you know, when we are going to be creators, then you have your affinity of something, because you are, when you appeared in this reality, you appear there with a purpose of achieving something, of trying something. And now you are going to be not only trying what you knew that you are going to experience, but as you are experiencing this, new things may pop up, new ideas may pop up, and you will say, "Wow, let me try that." Okay, so when you start creating, and then uh, designer of motorcycles, they love to design motorcycles,
Mm.
and they create one. Just look at the KTM. I mean, they create every new bike every year, new things. They slap things on it on a motorcycle. Now you create your brand new baby that is fabulous. Nobody has anything like it. You sit on it, you make two spins around, and you notice where you can do another improvement. And you ditch this and you start over. Okay, you improve on this,
Mm.
and it doesn't mean that you will be making motorcycles now till end of age. At one moment, you are test testing the bike, and you hit the bump and you fly, and you go, "Whoa, shit! How it would be great if this now makes a wings and I fly." And then you start thinking of flying, and you abandon motorcycles, and now you are creating planes. Okay, so if you are in that mode, creative mode, you are going to go in direction of creating.
Mm.
And once when you create, whatever is being created, the vibration is in a matrix. So it becomes available or known to anyone who taps in the matrix. And somebody goes, "Whoa, I would love to have this." Well, have it. Here it is. You want another one? Then you don't even have to create it. You just scan it, and you have multiplicators to make it. There's no more physical work. Multiplicators, which are like 3D printers, but way more sophisticated because they do all internal parts and put everything together. Uh, so there is no more sweat necessary, boring jobs that you live every day and you count somebody else's money and you call yourself a worker. I mean, this is nonsense. So these jobs are not going to be necessary anymore.
Yeah, so my whole thing right now is like I just graduated from school and I studied something that I liked, but like right now I'm like this health stuff, this manifestation stuff, it's way more important. Why would I get a job to go for money? Like why would I like make myself a slave to the financial system? So I'm kind of, you're talking about the shift. I'm like, okay, right now do I focus on this stuff or do I? My parents, of course, they want me to get a job, you know. Like I'm a bit torn between that.
Well, follow your heart
That's what I'm doing. Like I'm like,
because, yeah, life is manifestation.
exactly.
So, you know, I did not know what I want to be even when I finished high school. In Europe, you have a primary school, you have high school, and then university. There is no college. So, after high school, you have nothing. It's like a repetition of your primary school with a little bit more information,
Mm-hmm.
but you don't have any uh, actually qualification to do anything. So you have to go further.
Mm-hmm.
And I had no idea what I want to be. So I was thinking, okay, I love sea, I love diving. So let me be marine biologist.
Mm-hmm.
And my father says, oh, I have two sons, they are both doctors, or I won't support them. So I had no choice. I had to become a doctor. My brother became a physician, and I was thinking, I'm going to go, at least I'm going to go to Australia, and I'm going to get a helicopter, and I'm going to be flying helicopter and vaccinating sheep. Okay, so I was more interested in flying helicopter than actually doing my veterinary practice because my heart was not there. And now I know that I actually had to finish the school, and the best for me was veterinary school because doctors know absolutely nothing about digestion,
It's
and the
very
vets know because veterinarians uh, are basically studying to help the industry. So how to make a heavier cow to make more beef, or how to make cow have more milk, or how to have slim pigs and fat pigs, and how to have chicken with more eggs. You have to study. They have all different digestive systems. So vet has to study all different digestive systems, and at the end, knowing all this, it becomes so crazy programmed that believes that the manufactured food is better than natural food.
mm-hmm.
So again, does not know anything, but understands the digestion a little bit better.
Yeah. Yes. Right now, I'm just like I cannot everything. I'm mostly passionate about like your work and the diet and like because it's such a big truth that people don't see, and I don't see like how I'm gonna go into a career when this is like so much more important. You know.
Well, you know, I'm working on uh, every day, twice or three times a day. I go in a garden. I put my feet on a grass. I sit down and I go into short. I call it meditation, which is not really meditation. I go into creative phase.
Mm-hmm.
I calm down and I connect with Mother Earth, and
Receiving
um,
face.
I actually tell my heart to produce frequency of love and bond it with the heart of Gaia, and then I do command because we create through intent. So my intention is to synchronize my frequency with frequency of Gaia and to contribute to the awakening and ascension process. Okay, and so and then part of this is co-creating the future of equality, love, and cooperation, where we all thrive by supporting each other in our endeavors and celebrating each other's successes and victories,
Mm,
which is opposite of what we are doing now.
mm. Your main job
Okay,
is
so
raising.
yeah,
Your main job is raising the
right,
frequency.
right, and you actually think about supporting everyone that you see that you can offer something that they can use. So without needing to be asked, you keep offering, and then when they succeed, and you are happy for them, genuinely happy because your work shows result through them. Okay, and this is how we should be creating, supporting
Yes.
each other, and in this case, zero licenses. Nobody has a right to tell me what I can or I cannot do.
Mm. Yeah, that's problem. I have
Uh,
gotten like, for example, I just like you say, like when you understand, you share, like you share your work, and I've been doing that.
right.
I've convinced a few people, and they've been drinking plasma. They still do cooked meat and stuff because they're like scared of the raw. But it's like
Mhm.
they want to see people still looking for the license. They're still
Yeah,
looking
yeah,
for
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
It's so
But
it's.
don't worry because people will now realize that license means shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because all the doctors, I'm going to, next article I'm going to write, I'm going to include video of one doctor that I know of him for a while, but he just made a video because he thinks that he is very open-minded and that, but he still believes in viruses and stuff. And he got a little injured and went to hospital just to diagnose better what is happening, and they poisoned him. And he realized that they're idiots what they're doing, but they're not far from him. Only he doesn't see his own shortcomings, right? So I want to make video to just point to the awakening process
Mm-hmm.
because that's all part of an awakening process.
Yeah, many
And
trainers. Mm.
yeah, so now what does this license? I call them license to kill. So you want license. So here is doctor's license, and he's gonna medicate you and kill you. And some you go to shaman. You want to be healed. You go to shaman. They will heal you. None of them has any license.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So no licenses. And don't worry about it. Nobody is asking me for license.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No.
And I don't mention that I'm doctor. No,
Mm, yeah, I'm trying to.
sometimes.
I convince some people online, especially younger men, because we're like in the self improvement space. I can convince them, but when I try to, my family, they sometimes do a little bit of plasma, but my sister is also like studying to be a doctor, so there's like a bit of
Ah,
there's a bit of tension.
she should read my book. She
Yeah,
should read my book. It's easy read. She can read over 24-hour period or faster,
I've sent
and
her.
she will know much more than doctors.
I've sent her it before, but she's I think she doesn't take the time to read it, sadly.
Uh, well, now it's all coming out.
I've been.
What doctors are doing,
Your
you
book,
know. So
your main book is actually you can pirate your main book. People have shared it, so
yeah, yeah, I know. I actually gave permission to one site, a health site in England,
mhm.
to to share it with their readers. But then I heard from a back door that they are selling it.
Uh, yeah, no, I found it online and I've been sharing it with people I want to inform. So yeah, I was just gonna say
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
I was wondering, could it be possible that I can get the other two books that you have? Because I would just love to read your more of your work. Uh, if you have those,
Which ones?
I think the resonance.
There is one. Okay, resonance and about pulsar. Maybe I don't know if.
Yeah, I mean, I understand Pulsar already, but I would just love to read all of your stuff. So,
That's about electricity more than pulsar itself. But yeah,
okay,
I can send you that. Yeah,
yeah,
no
thank you.
problem. You know, I give my stuff for free. I started by giving stuff for free, but then I lost a boat, I lost everything basically, and I needed support. And when I asked for contribution, only few people donated, and some people that really benefited from my work and send me letters of, oh, thank you so much. I thought I will never overcome this problem. They zip them out. They even if I send them email, I said, look, if you can help me a little bit, nothing, not a penny.
Hmm.
Okay, so I had to start selling my book just so I can survive.
Yeah, I
But
normally.
now again, I am getting in donations. Like you send me donation, thank you very much.
Yes.
Uh, so now people send me donations, and I don't have to ask anymore. So I don't ask unless they ask or they offer.
Hmm.
So I accept. But I do consultation also. I don't even mention any more fee. And if they ask, then I say, please, if you can, because again, I still depend on this money. Not personally so much because we are frugal. I don't even have a car. I got a motorcycle. Uh, but my wife is Venezuelan, and it's real disaster in Venezuela. And we are supporting several families there.
Hmm.
So basically, donations I receive, most of it is going right to Venezuela,
Hmm. Yeah.
and some of it for us to survive, of course.
Hmm. Yeah, that's great if you live
But
out like in the rural
yeah,
area. You can survive with so little. Mm.
yeah, but this is going to change rapidly.
That's what we're hoping
Okay,
for.
Gesara is coming. So I believe that, especially United States people, they will start receiving money this year. And I believe also a majority of the countries in the world are already joined. I think 170 countries joined already Gesara. So this is going to be very quick turnover.
What is Jasara?
And
I'm not quite sure what Jasara means actually.
Gesara is new global monetary system.
They give everyone
And
money.
well, it is based on equality.
Hmm.
So banks are going to be destroyed, no more banking, and everybody will have their quantum wallet. You will receive quantum telephone, and on it, you will have your DNA imprint. Nobody can manipulate information but you on that phone. So no more necessity for uh, antivirus programs and all that baloney, because no one can monkey with your stuff. And you will have your wallet there, and this wallet will be loaded with money as when you receive it, and it will have it's all digital. But it doesn't matter what denomination it is, because if you are in United States and you want cash, you just go to cash machine and you take certain number from your wallet into the machine, and it gives you your money in dollars.
Hmm.
If you are in Paris, it will give it to you in francs.
Hmm.
If you are in
Ah.
Tokyo, it will give it to you in yen, whatever. Okay, so number it will be equal everywhere. No more discrimination that you have a cheaper workforce in this country, or everything will be equalized.
Okay, but people will stop working if do people get a lot of money or is it just like a decent amount?
Because of the problem that not everybody is conscious, the money will be distributed through light workers. So those who there are many people are already going through training, and they have finished actually the training of how to do this. They will receive a lot of money on their account, but like the Zim bond, some of them is uh, investment Zim bond. So those that will receive that in their wallet, they will receive, I don't know, 50 billions of dollars of numbers, but they only get 10% of what they use to stimulate others.
Hmm.
But they have to stimulate them and make sure that whom they are supporting is doing the right thing. They are not misusing this in a wrong way. So that's the new distribution system.
Okay,
Yeah.
but then people are not intensified to like they won't work, right? Why would anyone work if they get money?
Well, they will, because if you are not, if you don't receive this big money, um, you will receive. They will ask you, okay, your productivity. What are you doing now? It is all about helping others. So you can say, well, I sing.
Mm.
That's fine, as long as you make someone happy. So
Okay.
you will have to go on a square and start singing. Go in subway and start singing. And people have to like it. If people start throwing bricks at you, well, you are not really good at what you are doing. So people, if you are not really good, but this is what you want to do, then people will go, hey, brother, can you try to vibrate a little bit? Look, little vibrato, lower it down a little bit. So they start teaching you.
Mm.
So you start practicing, you start getting better and better and enjoying more and more. So this is growth.
Okay.
This is support, growth, and you are doing something for others to enjoy, and you will be paid for it.
Mm.
And you will not be paid $50 an hour. You will be paid, I don't know, $10,000 a week, something that will give you a lot of money, but you have to be productive.
Okay.
Now, you don't have to work for money. You have to be supportive. That's number one.
Mm. Okay. Makes sense.
And this is going to be monitored. And the people that will give you money will be not the government, but will be those people who have been selected because they are known humanitarians and they went through the process of learning how to organize businesses. And they will, you will have their number and you just tell them, look, I need some help. So you will have meeting with representative. You tell him what you like to do, and he said, okay, here is, I don't know, $500,000 to start with.
Okay.
But then it's his responsibility to monitor you that you are actually doing what you said that you are going to do, and not sitting at home and buying a drink and marijuana, and then it takes money away from you.
Okay. So as long as
Okay.
you're being productive and making people happy, you don't have to work for a boss on like a basic job. But then how do they start? How do they build buildings and stuff if people don't want to build the actual buildings because maybe people don't like doing that?
Nothing will be built anymore like this.
Oh,
There'll be
okay.
all robots will be doing it, and everything will be manifestation robots and printers and
Okay.
all that stuff.
But that's still like this is not 5D. This is still the lower vibration, right?
But lower it will be robots.
Okay.
5D will be instant manifestation.
Okay. So
And
what's so like the lower, which will probably happen soon, is the monetary system, the robots, med beds, and the 5D
yeah,
is like you can do everything yourself and it's like different. But these two
you can,
they're not connected, right? They're separated.
that's separated. The higher consciousness can always connect with the lower consciousness.
Okay.
The
So
lower one has a problem connect with higher one, but it will be possible because now we are not going to be tricked anymore. So telepathically, even if you are remaining on the same three-dimensional plane,
mm,
because you are not going to be influenced by these false frequencies, you will be telepathic and you will be able to connect with your friends that maybe went to the other consciousness, or parents or family or someone that maybe died
oh,
and is now, so you will connect with them and you will know exactly where they are, what they are doing. You will have conversation with them.
so let's say my family member dies now. What happens to their consciousness? What happens to their soul? What do you think happens?
Well, soul never dies. The robot is kaput, so they go out of the robot and they continue with their new manifestation if they choose to. They may choose to take a break a little bit and not manifest, be like a soul. Uh, it's up to them, but you can connect to them because they are consciousness.
So you have like
So
total freedom.
telepathically, you connect.
So
Yeah, total free.
essentially, but so if you die, you get into the 5D automatically.
Not really. No, because it's again your soul that decides where it wants to go.
So you do have to kind of have the awareness already before you die or before you leave.
You choose. You will make your choice.
Okay, so but
The
they do have the conscious choice.
uh, right. The right now you can influence the choice by doing good, by focusing on doing good to others, thinking about freedom and helping others. So you are sending the messages, your frequencies are pointing you in that direction. But during the solar flash, this is the crucial point. At that time, you have to absolutely make your decision. You want to go one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the full separation. After this, there is no coming back.
I don't see why you would.
Whatever you decide,
Okay, but if you go
yeah,
if you go 5D reality, you always can go lower. So why wouldn't you choose that?
yeah, yeah. Well, why won't you? Because of fear or because of realizing that you have $10 million in gold in a bank and you lose all of this when you go up there.
Mm.
And now you think, yeah, but if I have this, I can have what I always wanted. I can have that
It will be
beautiful
good. It will be good
mansion.
anyways. It will be positive
Yeah,
anyways compared to now.
yeah. But the thing is, again, ego has to be convinced.
So
Ego is scary cat. It only knows what it's being shown.
so our job is kind of to help people understand their ego, so they have the option to go to 5D, maybe.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. And I think
They have to choose to do it.
mm,
This is the most important
but
thing.
we have to make them aware of it, no?
Well, it is good to be, yeah, if they are not aware that they are only in fear, they don't know they have a choice.
Exactly. Mm. So if I care about the nutrition and the health and the manifestation, my job is kind of to also help raise the frequency, right? And to help as many people.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
And don't look at the job as something that is necessary to make money,
Mm-hmm.
okay? Because uh, I'm not doing anything what I was trained for. I'm veterinarian and I'm helping people.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I help also their animals. So I'm like the family doctor
Yeah.
from baby to grandmother and their pets.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not using any knowledge that I was given in a school. I just understand better the fuck up that they are doing in a school and how I am being misguided and led the wrong way. Okay, all my knowledge comes from recently, my last 20 years since I started paying attention
Yeah.
to discovering how the stuff works actually.
Yeah, the more I read to manifestation, and like of course I understand diet, the more I mean I don't want a regular job, you know. I want to follow that path because
Yeah, so do it.
I want to not think about the fear. But the problem is I live with my parents, and of course I love them, and they are very much in fear of me not having success. Uh,
Well, my father was the same way. My father, he was atheist, and everything was for him. God was dollar, and he was only how to make more money. So when he was retired and not having much money because he made mistakes in life, people scammed him. He was making a lot of money, but people scammed him, and he allowed it to be scammed because of his ego. Then he would basically feather away because he didn't know what to do by himself. So my brother gave him money, bought properties. So my father started improving on them and going into tourist business and stuff like this. When I came there with a boat, my father said, "Look, and there is property there. You buy it. We connect all this together. Then you buy that." Or I said, "But I don't want to. If I buy, then I have to work here, or I have to. There's one more thing that I have to focus, and I cannot do what I want to do." So,
exactly.
what do you want to do? I said, "I want to live. That's what I want to do."
That's what I'm saying right
And
now to them. I'm like, I
yeah,
want to focus on this. This is so much more important. I feel I will put to this, and they're like, but you need money, you need a job. Come on.
uh, yeah, but money will come. Uh, the system is such that you are always provided. For example, When we came here, uh, we shared a house with three people, so we only had to pay something like 500 soles, which is $200, even less than $200 a month for place. And I was making money selling colloidal silver and salt. I found place where to get the salt, made a deal to get salt that has not been iodized, and this you can make a good margin profit on this. And I was living here doing this and selling my books, uh, and we were doing okay. But then I said, yeah, but this freaking Chinese secondhand motorcycle I bought is giving me problems, and I would really like a better bike. And then the best I could buy and was here Honda 250 dual sport. And I said, okay, that was like $4,000. Well, as soon as I knew that this is what I want, all of a sudden delegation came from of doctors from Chile. They heard about me and they wanted to talk to me. And I was selling also some of the Beck's pulsers that I bought as an investment. And bingo, within 2 months, 3 months, I had $4,500. I could buy a motorcycle.
Mm,
Okay, so I was always supported with what I needed at the moment.
exactly.
And then better motorcycle became available on the KTM 390. And I was like, okay, because my wife complained the other bike was too hard for her back. Uh, and the streets are bad, that's why it's dual sport. And this was also on road, off road, but way better quality. But it's 8,000, so $7,000 at that time. So I sold this one for same money I bought it because it was in high demand and no more in the stores. So I got my money back and I add once the same amount and I got the other motorcycle. And I was thinking, yeah, but any moment this is gonna stop and I will be able to travel and I want to get the hell out of Peru. I want to go back to the boat and live on a boat. But I'm being guided and I was given this in my lab, this motorcycle, and I was surprised that okay, I love it, So, but why? And because I in my mind I have to get. I need water. I need to swim. I need the ambient that I love, and it was not time for me to leave. I have to wait for the freaking shift.
Mm.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah, that's also
And
what I'm feeling too, because I feel like this is like way more important than everything else, you know?
right, right, and all of a sudden, I even doused. I said, okay. Um, am I going to be living on water? And dowsing says yes. And I said, wow, how soon? Uh, this year, Pope. He said yes. I said, wow. And it was like um, March or April, when I dowsed for this. And says, this year. I said, wow. And I said, so automatically I think water, I will be able to swim. So must be both. So I said, okay, is it going to be the trimaran? Because I want Neil at that time 51, now I want the 52 trimaran Neil. So I said, oh, is it going to be the trimaran? Boom, it says no. I said, okay, is it going to be catamaran? It says no. I said, okay, must be monohull. So is it going to be monohull? It says no. I said, well, freak, there is no other type of a boat. Those are the three options. What the freaking I'm going to live in?
You'll be on a raft. You'll be
Yeah,
on a
but
raft.
it told me, well, it told me that, so I could not get it. And it didn't dawn to me to ask, am I going to move in a house with a swimming pool? Because nobody here has a freaking swimming pool in the house. Okay.
Mm.
And I told the father, creator, I said, I cannot stand it here. I have to move. I need a change.
Mm.
And all of a sudden, a friend of my wife calls. She is from here, but has a business in the United States. And because she made a beautiful little house for her, with an air conditioned gym, uh, outdoors and indoor kitchen, an outdoor bar, and really like a little paradise in a jungle here, right? Uh, and she says to my wife, "Look, I cannot go back. And the guy I left there to live, he's destroying my place. I don't know what to do." And they go, "Well, would you please go and live in my place?" And my wife says, "Yeah, but we cannot afford. I'll give it to you for $500 a month. You can live there." Just and it was just a little bit more than what we were paying. And all of a sudden, I start getting more donations. It actually tripled donation all of a sudden. And I said, "Well, we can now afford it, so why not?"
Yeah.
So 2 months later, we were here in a house with a swimming pool. Okay, so this is what basically I was told. I just didn't ask the correct questions.
Yeah, about donation.
And yeah, so you are going to be supported. You only have to project what you want,
That's what I'm trying to
and
do.
it is going to, your guides are going to work it out for you and show you how to get there.
I don't want to be worried, and I'm not. I think I'm already like convinced myself that it won't be a problem. But then I get this message from them the whole time.
Well, you ignore that. You ignore also your ego, what the ego tells. Go to heart. Start with the heart.
Mm-hmm.
And heart always worries about love and happiness. So money is not important. Well, to us it is. Okay, I would really love to have the better motorcycle, you
Yeah,
know,
I still also
but yeah,
I still also have like a
tell me.
safety net. I have some money to rely on, so it's okay. Like I don't have to immediately.
Yeah, yeah. Well, with me was uh, I'm in a position that bigger motorcycle is also creating more problems. It's heavier, and the streets are bad. Traffic is terrible. People, they don't obey any laws. You can ignore signs and limits, speed limits, and all that stuff. So uh, I'm already pushing this bike. The roads here, they are not safe to go over 100 kilometers an hour. You can't. You should actually stick down to 60, 70. I'm pushing it 100, 120, 130. If I have bigger bike, I know I will squeeze it. And, this is a ticket for a cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
best I stay with what I have. And again, having, for me, having $10,000 or $5,000 or having $500,000 is exactly the same, because $5,000 is enough for me to live comfortably and help people I'm helping. And if I want actually what I want, my new boat, and I know already I'm torn between two boats, but it's at least $2 million. So even million or 500 or $5,000, to me it's the same, because I cannot get my next step until I have for my next step. So it has to be at least 2-3 million to get me out of here, get me on a boat.
Mm-hmm.
So I know I cannot earn it the way we learn how to make money. This has to be manifested.
Mm.
And how it's going to be manifested, that's not my problem. This is problem of my guides, my souls, my spirits, that are going to point me in a way how I will achieve this.
Mm.
All I have to tell them what I want.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm starting already looking now, because I know the shift is close. So I'm now looking at the boats, but now I was also dowsing, and I dowsed if I'm going to get the boat, and it says no. And why? Because it will be different consciousness, and I'm going to be doing different things than both requires. So I don't know. I don't really care if it's not both. It has to be something better.
You're getting submarine.
No, I don't think it has something to do with water.
Oh, okay.
I was actually in three ayahuascas. I was shown that I'm going to go into NASA facilities with other people, and we'll be chasing the actors out and changing the facility into real space facility, and then I'm going to travel interstellar.
Oh wait, wait. Oh, so,
So
so you're going like you're going up to 5D, and then you're coming down to 4D to bully people.
no, it's going to be all different system.
Oh, okay.
NASA facility is going to change. And
Okay.
again, in a 5D, it's going to be different, but I was clearly shown NASA that I'm entering there.
Are we still
And
on?
when I,
Are we still on
yeah,
Earth in 5D?
yes, but it will be different Earth. It will be healthy, way more colors, and a different life, but same Earth as we have it now.
Hmm. So there will be kind of two Earths.
They exist even now, but they are in two different
We
frequencies.
can't harness it yet.
Yeah, but also remember that future and past exist simultaneously with present, which means there is a Earth with a past and Earth with a future. So they already exist. Now we are creating two Earths, and I heard that actually we are creating three Earths
Hmm.
because even those who are going to ascend, they are now fracturing in two different ways. One of them wants to be more spiritual and live tribal life, and another one wants to be more um, connected with electronics and with
You mentioned that,
um,
yeah.
technical stuff and their stuff. So we may actually create three Earths. It's still not defined.
Okay. But you can switch like all the time if you want, right?
You can make your choice, and later on, you can probably switch because you will be on the well, same frequency but a different experience.
Hmm.
So, um, in that Christ consciousness, you will be able to make instant choice of what you want to be, where you want to go, what you want to experience at the moment.
Because I think both could be
So,
fun. So I was just.
yeah, but to me too, even with a spacecraft, if I have a fabulous flying object, I would still like to put it on a water and put a sail up and sail it. But
Yeah.
when hurricane comes, I would like to levitate and fly over it and put it down when it's wind, and when it's doldrum, lift it up and put, or order some wind to blow in my sail so I can go.
Hmm.
All right, so different reality, but again, there are no laws.
Hmm.
The only law is law of creation,
Love, love.
and well, love is part of it, but you create a force, and you know the choices are unlimited, and the only limitation is lack of ideas.
Hmm. Okay. And you think the solar flash will be in September? You said. Of course, we don't know. I think you've been talking about it coming for a long time, and people are complaining.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. But it looks now, I always thought that solar flash is going to come after the destruction of the system.
Yeah.
And now we are destroying the system, but now it is becoming obvious to me that whiteheads are connected with the extraterrestrial forces, Pleiadians and
Hmm.
Andromedians and Syrians, and they are actually controlling the shift. And they actually told us that they have activated the shift, and it's going to take approximately 3 months, and they activated it like 2 months ago.
Okay.
So we are a few weeks away from the shift, according to them. This is not me saying because I know nothing more than every Jean Schmo.
Yeah. So and you said the system was going down in October. The monetary financial changes.
It seems that it's going out down right now.
Yeah.
This Putin and Trump meeting, this is the final uh, uh, war plan of taking out the negative forces, which, as I understand it, that Trump is going to be, well, Trump is a supreme Earth commander.
Hmm.
Okay, so he's like a world president. Uh, but the whiteheads, uh, predominantly American whiteheads, are going to control the whole Americas, North and South America. So they will actually go to Mexico. They will clean up the Mexico. They will help to clean the government and the free people, Mexicans, from the cartels. And they will do that with all the South American countries that they will not do it for themselves. Yeah.
Darko, you talk about countries being controlled by cabal. Which countries are not controlled by cabal?
Right now, cabal is no longer controlling anybody
Oh, since when? Do you think?
because all the important people have been replaced by actors in masks. So actually, even Trump that we see is not real Trump. Putin that we see is not real Putin. Macron is not real Macron. Merkel disappeared completely, and the new counselor also is an actor. So all the strategic places already are occupied by whiteheads. And now, in a final thing, they are fishing out all this mud on a button, all these little profiteers that are part of the bad stuff.
And
They have to take them out.
are those the Jews?
Yeah, they are part of them. It's not only Jews. Anyone that works with them, all the actors that are drinking blood of children and enjoying these stupid parties where they torture children, all these actors they have to be put away. All the politicians involved in this, all the high-ranking businessmen, a huge amount of people are involved in this evil, and they are all being going to be picked up now in the this is the final phase, which will be now noticed to people. This war started when Trump became president in 2016,
Mm.
but it was mostly fought underground because there are underground cities, tunnels, underground military bases. So all this had to be cleaned. So there is minimized destruction of possibility of Armageddon,
Hmm. But
and it
there's
was all cleaned up. So
but there's still
yeah,
spraying.
tell me.
There's still spraying chemicals, right, and poisoning the water.
They are doing it, but majority of it, in my opinion, is whiteheads in attempt to wake people up, to show them.
Mm.
So they are using mild poisons. So they just put them in a bed and show them, okay, you see, your doctor knows deadly squat. He's actually trained to poison you. Wake up. Okay, so this is all part of the awakening process, but um, it's being trimmed down, slimmed down, so it doesn't have the full impact because the bioweapons that the evil created, they could have destroyed humanity with ease.
And they didn't do it because it was not entertaining, or what?
What?
They didn't do it
I
because
didn't hear you because I had,
they didn't
yeah.
do it because it was not entertaining, or
Well, they didn't do it because they were actually fooled. They are not very smart people. They are only very rich people,
mm.
and they have their program how they manipulate others, and they stick to the programming. They always repeat the same playbook.
Mm.
So it was easy to intercept it, and then they had to be fooled so they don't unleash the weapons that was ready and the military that they had ready. So Trump was used as a decoy, and Trump was playing both sides.
Mm.
And whenever he was too good and people start cheering, yeah, yeah, put them in the jail. And then Trump would come with the nonsense like, yeah, you should get vaccinated. And then people, you see, Trump is a bad. And whenever he's vaccinated, then the bad guys think, he's on our side. He's trying to get all the people with him and then uh, flip them to our side. Okay. So they were not sure. Nobody was sure. Today, nobody is really sure if Trump is good or bad. Nobody.
Mm-hmm.
And only in confusion, this could have been done without them triggering the booby traps that they have. And now the booby traps are deactivated. So now who cares? And now is the final cleanup.
Okay, that sounds good. Um, Getting back to physicality, um, we talked also about the eye, and you explained how eyes are dehydrated, and you often talk
Yeah,
about you use it, you lose it. Um, and I'm of course pretty young. I have like mild eye issues, but I actually think my eyes might not be that dehydrated, and I think it's almost all muscle problem. What do you think of that? Because
could be.
I think it's because I just sit at screen. My eyes don't see far, so why would they want to see far? You know?
Uh, well, it could be if if you are short-sighted, if you cannot see well on a distance.
Mm-hmm.
This could be also muscle problem,
Mm-hmm.
uh, muscular dehydration. It could be also something genetic
Yeah,
because you will take from genes.
I think
I
it's
have it also genetic.
I mean I think genetic is it's a joke, right? It's just your body adapting, no?
Yeah, but it comes already preset. So unless you change something drastically, then whatever is preset may show up with increased toxicity in the body. This is going to become more and more prevalent.
I think it may not be toxicity. I think it's just my eyes have adapted to the environment of sitting behind screen all day because it's actually better. It's better for my because I stare close all the time. It's actually better to be
Mhm.
nearsighted, farsighted. I think that's my
Well,
theory.
could be. Well, whatever ego thinks, it is your truth because you manifest what your ego thinks expects to see.
Mm. So now
So if you give,
I do struggle with far
yeah,
distances, but my brother and sister are far more toxic and dehydrated than I am. I would assume because I've already been drinking plasma for a year, and they do not have that issue. So I do think it's a muscle problem.
yeah, but I told you that it doesn't matter how toxic you are. What matters is how toxic is your blood.
Yeah, true.
And when you are in a detox, your blood is way more toxic than if you are not in detox,
Yeah, and they're not detoxing like me. That's true.
right? But it will have different consequences because if they want to go up, they will have to detoxify. So then during the shift, they are going to have much harder time achieving the frequency. They may be in pain, they could be vomiting, screaming, and all kinds can happen. While if you are clean, you just relax and you go through ecstasy. You start feeling really great about the shift. You have no fear, you know what's happening. And for you, it will be easy ride.
So you're saying that everyone has to go through the detox anyways. It's not like we are detoxing right now and they didn't do it and they just get off it easy.
The,
They still have
they
to.
will have to go through detox sooner or later.
Mm,
But what happens also that after the shift, uh, we are going to go through, we started now already, through cellular restructuring.
mm-hmm,
And uh, you will be able to instantly manifest, but not if you don't know what you are doing.
you need to understand
You
what's
know,
going in the body. Yeah.
you can, yes, somebody can give you a beautiful Learjet and say, oh, this is yours, use it. Well, if you don't know how to use it, what is good for you? You will live in it and that's it.
Mm-hmm,
Okay, so same is with people who don't know yet what is happening,
mm-hmm,
and they will go through this and they will change partially, and but they will not know how to use anything,
mm.
so they will be lost. They will be in fear. They will be like, okay, what do I do now? They will need guides.
And
So they will need people like you who already know what is happening. So you will empower yourself much faster. You will know that, okay, I understand. I create with my intent. So I intend to be healthy. And then you see some beautiful woman and you will, wow, then you connect to her mind and you see she is looking at, I don't know, Marlon Brando movie and admiring, and you go, why you like that? And you turn and you look like Marlon Brando, say, hi, darling, can I help you? Okay, so this is the next future.
But maybe it's not possible. But if I am a higher frequency and I get access to telepathy, can I not just transfer my knowledge into them? Or is it like not?
Not that easy.
Yeah, they need to be
Not that
accepting
easy
of the
because
frequency, no?
they have to initiate actually,
Oh.
and you cannot do without permission.
Because they receive, of course.
Yeah, yeah, because if you tap into them, they know that they are tapped in, and they have to give you permission. If you
Yeah,
don't have permission,
it's
you can
difficult.
do nothing.
You have to like convince the ego to receive in the first place.
Right. Yeah. And this is going to be a learning process for them and for us too.
Mm.
To me, I have absolutely, uh, I have a full confidence of what I say is true because I feel it. This is like I knew, like I was there once. Okay, so I'm absolutely sure, but I still cannot walk on water. I cannot levitate. I'm still having this money in a bucket just in a case. Okay, so of course I'm not. Uh,
You're trying.
uh, yeah, I was in ayahuasca. I was shown that right now we are in with a program of self-preservation in the reptilian brain. So we are very cautious of changes. We go through them slowly so we don't get hurt, and we learn through changes. So we go cautiously, and because of it, there is a fear installed in us. So you have respect through fear. Okay, if it's blowing hard, you don't want to go out, not because you cannot resist the wind, but because some branch may be flying with the wind and can kill you. So, experience and knowledge, you are gaining the experience and knowledge, and you learn how to behave. Well, uh, the new, in this experience we have now, if all of a sudden there is a loud noise behind you, how do you react? You always go with crunch. You go like this. Always go like this. If you are exposed to very bad smell all of a sudden, how do you react? Same thing. You go like this. You squeeze it, and then think what can it be and get the hell out of there. Right? This is our instinct, protection. Because of this, our automatic thought, whenever something happens unexpectedly, is okay, it's something that may hurt me. I have to protect myself. So you always think of negativity that you're protecting yourself from. Well, if you continue like this in a Christ consciousness, you will cause your death very quickly. Because, let's say, you want to have a Ferrari. So you close your eyes, you manifest it, and beautiful red Ferrari is in your driveway. And then you say, "Oh, I'm going to now travel," and yeah, but there is no baggage space. Where you going to put your stuff? Oh, I need a lot of money. I just take money. I have enough storage for box so full of money, and I'll go to hotel and I get clothes when I need it. And so money, money, money. So you manifest, and you are loaded with money. You are going to your car, and all of a sudden you hear someone walking behind you. What is your first thought going to be? Well, you are still in preservation mode, so you will think, I have money, I have a car, somebody is here, want to rob me or steal my car. That will be your first thought. And you look around and your thought manifests right away. So there is a guy ready to rob you. Your next thought will be, whoa, if he has a gun, he pulls out a gun. Your next thought is, whoa, if he shoots me, bang, you're dead. So the new reality. We have to replace the expectation of bad with expectation of good.
Mm-hmm.
So you hear a noise behind you, and the first most pleasant thing that can be on your mind would have to be, oh, some beautiful woman is coming to hug me.
Mm.
Okay. Well, in one ayahuasca, I was given the messages and I was manifesting, trying to act this way. And after the ceremony was already closed, and ayahuasquera said, okay, everybody lay down, let's sleep. I couldn't. I Ayahuasca was working on me and putting me through situations to teach me how to properly react. Okay, and it was like this. All of a sudden, image shows up, and I immediately go, "Choop." Oh no, okay, okay, I'm ready. Image shows up. "Choop." No, no, okay. "Choop." No, no, fuck. "Choop." No. And for 3 hours, I was no, 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 no. In 3 hours, for I don't know, hundred of images, not once did I react correctly with seeing an image and open my heart and said, "Oh, I love you." Never. Okay, because this programming is so strong that we simply, it has to be erased. And this is why we need the solar flash
Mm.
to erase all this crap out, so then we can actually start using this new programming.
Mm-hmm.
And we are already all programmed properly.
Okay. So, do you think? I mean, you are of course a major healer, and that's why you did ayahuasca to get that information and share it. But do you think using things like ayahuasca or uh, mushrooms is good for the everyday person, or will it distract them?
It can be used if it's used properly and with guide. You cannot do it yourself. I would not achieve not fraction of what I did without guide.
Mm-hmm.
My guide was ayahuasquera because she controls the ceremony. And sometimes I had very strong experiences, and she actually had to come in front of me in the darkness, sit down, and cleaning the energies from me. And I was like, okay, well, I don't really need you. But then when she started, I felt actually stuff coming out of me and then relaxing. She helped me push all the stuff away that I was,
Mm.
because I'm actually medium, but I can only work if I'm under influence of ayahuasca. And I always wondered why I cannot visualize and why I cannot be hypnotized. I tried 4 times to be hypnotized, and even one guy here used rape and hypnosis, and even this didn't work. Rape is when they blow into your nose tobacco. They have a pipe, they put powdered tobacco, put it in your nose, and they blow it in, and it goes right into your brain. And they both nostrils, and you get instant high, but also cleansing. Many people vomit. I did not vomit, but I was on the verge, and it also, um, like DMT, it opens your mind. And then he tried to put me in hypnosis, and I could not. I was like openly conscious and knowing what he is doing, and I know what he expects from me. And I just said, okay, well, I'm trying to visualize this, but I can't. You know? So, and I think I know the reason for it, because I am protected from influences of the bad guys.
Mm.
Because a lot of people who are channeling, they have no clue that they are actually channeling bad characters.
I saw you recommending some people to stop cleansing because of the shift. Isn't it kind of uh, they would need to cleanse it anyways? Isn't it kind of bad advice?
Yeah, but if they are suffering now very much,
Mm.
then makes no sense, because they will suffer like this in a shift anyway. And after shift, the new
Ah,
frequency-based healing does not need detox anymore.
because okay, I get it. Because like right now you're detoxing and you're gonna be detoxing anyway, so you're kind of doing double because you're not
Right, and
eliminating
you're
that much.
suffering now.
You're not eliminating
Yeah, and
that
you are
much.
suffering. Yeah, we are close to this. You are old people. They will be suffering for many at least a year or two before they are cleansed enough.
Hmm.
So why to go through this process now when they are like 2 minutes before midnight?
Okay, time to eat pizza, I guess.
Well, with me it's a problem. I love pizza, but then I have a problem with cleansing myself. Diarrhea, and if I feel bloated,
Yeah,
pain
it's
comes right
it's
away in
it's
my body.
it's toxic. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and the problem is that we who are cleansing, we are not only cleansing our bodies,
We're
we
cleansing
are
everything.
cleansing our aura, we are cleansing all the parallel lives, and we are actually helping cleansing Mother Earth. And what other people are not doing, we are doing.
Hmm.
So we are actually, cleansing much more than we bargained
Yeah,
for.
I mean, I'm surprised. I've been on the protocol 1 year, and dude, my diarrhea, my body, it stinks so much. I'm like, where's all this smell coming from?
Yeah, it's not all yours. And
Yeah.
not only from this reality, it's coming from parallel realities as well.
Mm.
And again, as I told you, you are also helping Mother Earth. You are medium. You are the uh, what they call it, starlight or star being.
I
That
understand what you're saying.
purpose is here. Purpose is here for you to hold light and to help with the process.
Hmm. Yeah, that's what my heart is saying as well. To try and help as much as I can. Yeah.
Yeah. So you are on a, you are doing your job. You are appreciated. You are doing the great thing, and you have nothing to worry about. And
Exactly.
the worry about money, money is not objective. Objective is what you want in your life. Don't want money because money is meaningless unless you know what you want to do with it. So focus on what you want, and money, if necessary, will be provided. If not necessary, somebody will give you what you want.
Hmm.
I know in my situation now, if my next step would be going back to the boat, all I have to then do is decide which one I want. And I know there will be some guy with tons of money that will tell me, Darko, you helped me so much with this. What do you want? And here, and you have these sheikhs, they have so much money, they don't know what to do with them. For them, $2, $3 million, this is a picnic money. So, this is manifestation.
Hmm. Exactly. Yep. I sent you the guy in the WhatsApp. Maybe you could share him in one of your articles soon because he gives a very good and clear explanation of the manifestation and the good mindset. Maybe you can check him out.
Mhm.
He was recommended
Okay.
to me by another fan of yours, by another person who really likes your work.
Mhm.
So I think he's a very good source. So yeah.
Great. Yeah,
Um,
well, we are all learning. We are now in a first class, because everything what we learned so far is a junk. It's a lie.
hmm.
So now we are learning the truth.
I also had some. I have some people in the community. They are, of course, they suffering from the detox because they're cleansing hard. And one of them had the question. He says that since he's been following the diet, he feels like he has like a water stuck in his heart, and now he feels like he has like a fluid stuck in his neck, a swollen neck. I personally think it's probably the thyroid uh, detoxing or something, and he's doing plasma 2 gallons a day, and he thinks it's not really improving. Do you have anything to say about that? Like the fluid being stuck in the neck and in the heart?
Well, I doubt it's in the heart because the heart would not be able to pump if that's the case. Uh, but what happened is that when we don't have enough plasma, as you know, body cannot cleanse but has to maintain the blood clean, so it is going to offload in a tissue.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you start drinking plasma, as your level of blood increases,
Mm-hmm.
now you have more lymph, and the lymph goes into these places which are very toxic,
Mm-hmm.
and it becomes trapped there because it becomes overly toxic. And through mechanism of control, it is not allowed to bring too much toxicity into the blood at one point.
Mm-hmm.
So it starts building up, and this is what causes the water retention. And you can have water retention in any part of the body, depending what is more toxic in your case. That's where you see it more. In
Okay.
women, very often is a face because they put a lot of makeup and it's a lot of toxic. And when they start hydrating, all of a sudden they puff up because it's all toxic stuff retaining water.
Yes, makes sense. Yeah, I also thought it was that, so it's clear that I think
Yeah.
it's a good answer. Yeah.
S- So they can use salt as a diuretic by having extra strong plasma in the morning to to create a big surplus of salt in the body, and this will make them very thirsty, and then they should not drink until they have diarrhea and urinate a lot because they are forcing now body using the stored liquid, even though it's toxic, it's less toxic than the surplus of minerals that has to be eliminated. So body will then push it into circulation to use it to cleanse the surplus of minerals, and this way you kind of get rid of some of the retained liquid. And then after you have diarrhea, then you drink regular plasma just to bring your blood level of plasma back in a shape. So this is one way of battling the water retention if it's not too strong.
Oh,
If it is too strong and uncomfortable, then they have to use diuretic.
okay. So that's interesting. I thought it was always best to keep drinking constantly, but now you're saying it's best to drink a lot and then not drink?
Drink with extra salt.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a more stuff blood has to eliminate.
Mm-hmm.
And this is now going to be run by programs on a body that will decide that the retained liquid is less toxic than the big surplus of minerals. And they will have to use the less toxic liquid, take it out of the tissue into the blood to eliminate the excessive amount of minerals. So you are creating this diuretic effect when you're taking too much salt.
Okay, and
And
when
then
will
you
you?
don't drink. Yeah,
Okay.
you don't drink until you eliminate. Otherwise, you drink and your body will use this liquid, which is
Mm.
cleaner, and eliminate, and you are not going to draw the toxic liquid.
And this is mainly for the morning, or is this a good practice to do all day? Just drink a lot of saltier and then just let it run for a bit and then keep drinking.
Well, you can do it maybe 2 times a day, but don't do it more than that.
Because
It's a too much stress on the body.
I always drink constantly throughout the day, and I do feel like indeed I'm just flushing the flush with the flush.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's okay. That's okay, but you don't have a water retention.
Yeah.
But if you have water retention, more you drink, the more you will retain it. It's toxic tissue,
Mm.
and this way you force out little by little. You once or twice a day, you force some faster detox of this toxic retained liquid.
I thought the body would do that automatically though, because when I'm very toxic, I've had some major detoxes since I've started. Like a month ago, I had one at night, uh, and I drank like 5 liters of plasma, and then after the 5 liters, it finally all came out, and I didn't have to drink more until it came out.
Um, well, body can release way more toxins from the tissue and from the cell into the blood that what cleansing organs can actually eliminate.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a suddenly very strong detox release of toxins from the body into the blood, you may put your body into a situation that it will be cleansing what it can with capacity, and the surplus it will be redepositing in a tissue and then cleanse it as it goes along, little by little. So if you do not retain uh, much of this
Mm.
toxic liquid,
Yeah.
there is no problem. You will slowly cleanse it, and this is good. You just keep drinking your regular plasma and keep cleansing.
Yeah.
But if it causes big accumulation, big retention that it bothers you, then this is one of the solutions to try to force the liquid out. And if this doesn't work well enough, then use diuretic, pharmaceutical.
Yeah, that only happens very rarely for me though, and usually results fine. But I understand.
Yeah, I had to use diuretic only uh, last year.
Yeah.
When I went into a very bad detox, I got yellow like a canary, and I detoxified so quickly that my legs got stiff. I retained in 2 days. I retained 5 liters of liquid. I was 5 kilo heavier,
Yeah.
and I used diuretic only 2 days,
Mm.
and I uh, decreased the water level in my body for 2 kilos, and then the rest I did little by little by itself.
Mm. Yeah, I'm not. I don't think I will ever use diuretic. I'll just suffer and drink more. I've done.
Well, you are young, you are young, and
True.
but
True.
you also you know people say, "Oh, you look old." I did not know what I know now until 20 years ago when I was 50. And I was at one point very heavy alcoholic when I was working as a captain. Yeah, I loved alcohol. And, so I was so dehydrated that I was clicking as I was walking.
Mm.
One day I was making love to my wife and I started laughing. I felt like I'm a skeleton humping another skeleton. I was like, clack, clack, clack. Everything was clicking. I started laughing during sex. Okay. And all that stuff, my jaw, I could not chew anything without my jaw clicking because it was grinding in a socket. Everything was so loose from dehydration.
Mm. Yeah.
And all this is gone. All this is gone. I repaired everything, but then I screwed it up with my chocolate, of eating it for every day for
So
5 years.
was it actually like a were you just a chocoholic or was it actually like somewhat planned test?
Well, everybody was saying how cacao is good, especially the best is cacao in Peru, and I'm here in cacao country.
Hmm.
In a village here, you cannot go on the street without seeing cacao being dried on the street. They are drying it, and they make their own cold chocolate at home.
Hmm.
So I wanted to see and prove actually that cacao is not healthy, and I was having it every day, and I didn't see any problem unless I realized that I'm getting severely dehydrated.
Hmm.
And then again, I was, your ego is working. So ego says, no, it's not that. It's you are shifting. It's your shift problem. It's don't worry about it. So uh, you always find excuse because face it, chocolate is great and I love it.
Milk
So
chocolate.
I became chocoholic. Yeah, I became chocoholic. And you can give me a small chocolate or you can give me 1 kilo of chocolate. I will eat it in one shot, no matter what you give me.
Hmm.
And especially this gray chocolate here. And then when I consciously decided, okay, I have to stop with this. And as soon as I stopped, I went into this detox. This is awful. How much I was starting detoxifying. Even now, this is now third year, and I I just took shower in the morning. Now, if I put my hand and I go through my skin, it's black, and it's not so dusty. I'm in a jungle. It is my body is eliminating, shooting stuff out. It's huge amount stored garbage.
Yeah, for me it's like I stink bad extremely quickly and I sweat and stuff. That's the main thing.
Well, this is still detox.
Yeah.
It's all detox.
I used
Remember,
to.
you are not going to urinate until your body needs to eliminate something.
Yeah, I'm like always. It's always diarrhea for me. It's like.
And diarrhea also. Diarrhea will not happen unless you are toxic.
Hmm. But I feel like
If if
it's.
if you drink plasma a lot, but not stronger mixture than 10 grams of salt per liter, but you can drink a lot. You will not have diarrhea if you are not toxic. You will just urinate a lot.
But I think
But
no one is getting that right.
well, if I eat a little bit incorrectly, let's say cooked chicken, I'm not going to have diarrhea. And my body is going to retain the water. I will just drink, drink, drink. I have nothing because my body is going to have to accumulate way more because chicken is not that toxic, but it all has to come out. And to push it out, it needs more now plasma. So altogether, I will have to increase this, puts weight on me, and uh, it just creates me look heavy, feel heavy, uncomfortable, and I need to drink way more plasma and put more salt to get diarrhea and to finally shoot it out of my body.
Mm.
So,
Yeah,
I learn as I go along.
I don't cheat. I mean, I'm pretty strict, but I do still consume some pasteurized dairy, which is mildly toxic. I think because they put the table salt in the dairy, in the cheese. So I still consume that sometimes, and
Yeah, but that's not such a big problem if you are flushing with regular
yeah,
salt because your body replaces what doesn't want,
exactly.
kicks it out,
So
and not big deal.
I'm pretty strict. So yeah, but I do.
Uh,
I don't think
I have to I have to go to bathroom. I drink plasma.
I do the same. Okay. Welcome back.
Okay, here we are.
Yeah, no, I see the same. Especially with cheese, it's like a dehydrated food, so you have to drink way more plasma to compensate.
Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. And my dear friends here, they are actually from Holland. They bought here uh, beautiful land by a river, and they brought with them 4 cats, and they are special breeds, big, beautiful cats. And one of them start losing balance, and start her eyes start um, flickering. They went to a vet, and cat was constipated terribly, and of course dehydrated.
Mm-hmm.
And I told them to tell vets to put the cat on IV and just let it flush, flush, flush. And they did that, and cat was better. But then vet says, no, the cat needs this and this. It's a liver, it's a problem, or no kidney. And I told them, forget about it. You don't need nothing, but you have to get water because they were giving a dry food to the cat, meat, dry meat. But still, cats will not drink because they are not used to eat dry and they are not used to drink much.
Mm-hmm.
So they get food from dead animal. They get water also from dead animal.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried to explain this to them before, but they didn't want to listen. And now they almost lost a cat. And then I told them that they have to force her, and if she doesn't want to drink, they will have to give her uh, through enema and just pump water with a little bit salt and warm. They have to warm it up and put it through rectum in. And they again went to a different vet who told them, no, it's a liver. Look, analysis, that's liver, and it's better to put the cat to sleep. And they luckily listened to me, and They just ask the vet to give them something so they can give cat enema in home. So he gave them a catheter for this, and cat is perfectly okay. Only they have to hydrate her through rectum because you cannot force cat to drink.
Mm-hmm.
So I told them, stop with that stupid dry food, buy regular meat as I'm doing, and put a little bit salt on it and give it. It's juicy, and the salt will make it thirsty, so the cat will start drinking. And if you see that it's still getting dehydrated a little hard, give her enema. The cat is doing fine, and now it doesn't need enema. Is doing well. But
Yeah.
I, it's people cannot believe, especially doctors cannot believe that things are actually very simple. They're not complicated as we are being told.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I have. I'm also from Holland. I don't know if you remember. Uh,
Uh-huh.
yes, and actually, recently I was trying to. My parents were on vacation, and I was trying to fast my cat. Or I just gave him some raw milk instead of because we also give him dried kibble and we give him a little bit of meat. But it's garbage
Hmm.
diet. He's too fat. He's not crazy fat, but he's too fat. Also, a big cat. It's a Siamese.
Uh-huh.
It's the bigger ones, and I was like, maybe I just put him on my diet and eventually he'll adjust. But it's true, he doesn't drink water a lot. He doesn't. I try to put some salt in the water. He doesn't really care. He's like, okay.
Hmm.
I even put some liver, some cow liver on the ground. He doesn't really care. Uh,
They have to be they have to be reprogrammed
yeah.
because once when they have dry food, they love it because it's a sugar.
He loves cheese. He loves cheese so much. Like dairy. Oh. So maybe I just try to.
Yeah,
Maybe I just do milk or something. But my parents are.
yeah.
My parents are of course scared. Even though I think if I truly wanted to, I could just feed the cats myself, which I might now do, uh, because I can do it anyways. But
Yeah, you can give them raw egg,
mm,
you know, but mix white with they don't like the white, they like the yellow. So
yeah.
if you mix it, they will eat the whole thing.
I thought cat wanted like more lean meat, but they really like the fat.
They like the fat, yes.
But
Every animal prefers fat.
I thought the cat mostly eats the lean meat, like chicken.
No, cat will eat everything, but like every other carnivore, prefers the soft parts, which are usually fatty.
Yes. So I think I will now take 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 my action in helping the cat because he had they were doing drugs. They had like a lot of stuff in his ear, and he loses so much
Mm.
hair. If you have struck him once, full hair. It's like so.
Well, well, I don't know if you read the article. I think, or in video, I mentioned it.
Yes, I know.
I had here
Your cats don't lose the
from
hair.
Poland, a friend. Yeah, they don't. I can have it on me, pet her, and I don't have any hair on me.
Yeah, 1 second I'm full of hair, and the cat loves me. I can do a lot with it. Like he
Hmm.
likes me, so I can actually help him a lot. But it's the same. Like I have to put in the effort to help. I mean, it's an animal, so I can control it easy. But the same as my grandma, who is now in like it's in a place where they feed her shitty food and stuff, and she has Alzheimer. Like
Hmm.
she's going backwards quick. It's like, do I
Yeah,
want to put my effort into saving her? Is it really feasible for me?
it's very difficult.
Yes, that's what I'm
Very
saying.
difficult because old people don't like to change their habits, and especially when they go into Alzheimer, they become like a real children, but old children, you know.
Mm,
So it's very. We have a problem with parents of my wife. Her mother, there's absolutely nothing wrong with her, but she decided she doesn't want to do anything. So she does not want to walk. She doesn't want to get up. If she lays in the bed, she calls for someone to help her to move her hand, to move her leg. Not that she can. There's nothing wrong with her,
mm,
but she doesn't want to. She basically wants to die without being aware of this. But this is
mm.
her time is probably gone, and she wants to go,
Yeah, I feel I
and
feel
it's problem.
I feel kind of odd about it because if I truly wanted to, I could definitely do something for her. But at the same time, it's so much effort and it's so much. It's like I only recently learned this. It's like the cat is easy.
Well,
I can save the cat easy.
yeah. Well, you know what? People spend way more money on their animals that they spend on their own themselves. You know, as soon as I help somebody with animal, they send me donation. I can help so many people, and they may not even send me any donation. But when I help with animals, everybody right away sends donation. So uh, you can help people with their animals, just teaching them. Same what you know for yourself is the same for animal. Okay, and especially cats and dogs, exactly the same thing. Feed them correctly. And as far as horses go, don't give them grain. Instead of grain, you want to give them something, they give them some fatty meat.
I mean, you can give everything meat because everything is technically carnivore, you know. So
Yeah, right,
more or less, yeah. That's what I. I mean, that's what I distracted from your articles. Everything will eat meat if you can somehow present it to them.
right. Yeah,
Mm.
even cows will eat meat.
Mm. So yeah. So I probably will take action for my animals just because I can maybe convince my parents that way if they see the cat becomes healthier with the salt water and the meat, and then maybe they can also get them to be convinced.
Yeah. Also, make colloidal silver,
Yeah,
nanoparticle colloidal silver.
I've not been into the colloidal silver because I don't think I need it, but maybe it's good for the animals. You say?
It's good. Yeah, my cats and dogs they prefer. If I put a bowl with water, salt, and colloidal silver, they all go to the colloidal silver and they drink that,
Oh wow. Okay. Doesn't it have a
and it's
taste?
healthy. Oh, slightly metallic, but they go by vibration. They smell it, and they pick up the vibration, and they know this is good for them.
But if it's like irony, they might think it's like iron from meat. You know, maybe because
No, this is they
okay.
just simply love the vibration,
Okay. That's clear.
and meat vibrates differently. Meat vibrates differently than silver colloid.
Mm, yep, that makes sense. Darko, is there a reason why you did not have kids?
Well, I was never meant to have a kids, and the way how I understand it, that I'm really not from this planet. And if I would have a child, it would lock me to this planet. And I came as a light worker to help with this process. And after this, I'm going back to my spaceship or whatever. And this is maybe all what is being prophesied to me,
Mm,
that this is how I'm going to end up in NASA and going back to astral traveling. Because um, when I was a little kid, my mother told me a few times that when I was little, she would maybe 3 years old, 2 years old, I could sit. All right, so she would find me sitting in a crib and talking to somebody, but she didn't see anybody. So she would call me and say, "Darko, whom are you talking to?" And I would turn to her, and I would continue talking to her, but in language she never heard. Okay, so as a child, I was still connected with my true family from wherever I came, which I have no idea. But it will become after flesh. It is going to become. I will become telepathic, and I will immediately get contact with them. So I will know exactly where I am from.
okay. So
And I was told, and I was also as a child when I was asked if I'm going to how many children I'm going to have. You know, like friends or family always ask children these stupid questions. Well, what are you going to be? How many children you going to have? And I was at that time maybe 5 years old, 6 years old, and I said I'm going to be veterinarian. I'm going to work in New York City. And actually, this is what I did at one point of my life. I was vet, and I was working in New York City. And I said, I'm not going to have children. And when my astral card was done, then I was told that I am not going to have children. And if by any chance I'm going to have a child, it will never be born.
on Earth.
It will be stillborn, or it will be, or it will die very, very young. This is in my astral uh, makeup. And my wife actually got pregnant twice, and she never um, developed the baby.
Oh,
It was reabsorbed.
wow. Okay. So it was not meant to be, you think?
It was not meant to be. Yeah, we all have a reason why we are here, and we are doing our calling, and we can change a little bit things, but certain things are not beneficial for us to change because this is only one of the jobs. You don't project yourself in only one reality. You are at the same time running in different frequencies, but you are not aware of them because your focus is on this frequency now.
Hmm. Does
But you have multiple experiences.
Do you think the person in 5D reality, like you said, one woman, uh, do you think they still want kids? Yes, right.
Yes, yeah, because procreation continues.
Hmm.
There may be there may be different ways of procreating because I don't know if any other uh, civilization of the universe needs to copulate like we do. Because I have heard, through some channels, it was said that the Anunnaki that were living in pyramids,
Oh, yeah, they were
that
two genders, right? They were two genders. I think you said that.
they were two no, but also they when they wanted to copulate to have a baby, woman was sitting in her room or in her pyramid, and man was in his, and they would connect psychologically, telepathically, and decide to have a child. And this is how it was uh, conceived
Hmm.
without physical contact. And I actually heard through some channel that they have they are laughing at us, seeing us what we are doing because for them this is something crazy that they don't do, and have not even they don't even know the pleasure that we are experiencing through this, so they cannot relate to this at all.
Hmm.
So now, because it is pleasurable, I don't think I would want to lose this contact. So again, we are creators. So as we go forward, yeah, I definitely want to have this kind of relationship, creation, but maybe painless birth.
So you
So
want a kid,
may,
you don't think it's meant for this life on Earth right now. Uh, so you think you will have
you can change. You can change. You can become a woman later if you want. It's your decision.
Hmm. But
But usually, if you, yeah, well, even now you have a man that would rather be women, and you have women that would rather be men.
hmm.
So now, when they will be given choice, they don't need any surgery because surgery cannot make you a woman if you are a man.
Hmm.
Okay, uh, so you can actually achieve this.
Do you think you will have a child in 5D reality?
I don't know. Maybe
Okay. But you
I
said,
did not focus on it, because um, I'm egoistic man. Men are like big children. What is the difference between child and man? The toys are more expensive. That's all.
yes, you said,
We still need mother, but mother becomes our wife. It takes care of us.
hmm.
This is why we stick getting married because we like someone taking care of us.
Hmm.
Otherwise, to reason with women, this is a lost proposition.
Hmm.
We will all go mad. We have to, capitulate and accept certain things
Hmm.
as they are. Uh, and the reason why we do it, yeah, it's basically someone takes care of us, and then sex, stimulation, and you stick around.
Hmm. You know, I was always having negative energy from arguing with my sister because she's like doctor, she doesn't believe in the raw meat diet, she thinks it's dangerous. But when I started talking about manifestation and that importance recently, she was way more open to it.
Uh-huh.
They're like
Well,
very
she is brainwashed.
mm-hmm.
She's brainwashed with medicine, so of course she's going to be against the truth. She will be with the evil,
But
and
she was way more open to the emotional and the manifestation part.
mhm. Well, again, if she would be very religious, she would not be very open. Religious people are not open because they are brainwashed through religion.
Mm. Yeah, we are not very like we were raised. We're not very religious.
Yeah, that's why she's open.
Mm. So I think uh, I'm coming closer to my sister now because I'm more focused on the manifestation part, and it's giving me
Hmm.
more positive energy.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
and
I'm.
also if you achieve now the cat that the cat improves with the health.
Mhm,
If you feed her correctly, cat is going to slim down. It's not going to be fat.
mhm,
As soon as you stop giving her carbohydrates, the dry food, and you just feed her, she will be meowing at the beginning because she wants the sugar fix.
yes.
But if maybe 6 weeks or so, and she will stop.
I was
And just keep her on the meat and eggs.
I was fasting the cat, and I was giving it milk. And I was like, okay, it's good. It's better to not eat for a couple hours because we're trying to eat
Mhm.
less. And then he was. I left the closet door open and he destroyed the kibble bag. He was like,
Yeah, 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 yeah. All right.
so I was like,
So you have to
oh.
put the stuff away. Yeah, put the stuff away, and then he will slim down. You see, my cats, they are all neutered because I don't want to take care of little babies.
Mhm.
They multiply like a rat. So
Does this not affect
and
their hormonal profile?
not much, not much. And they are playful. At least the male doesn't go around the village and doesn't get beat to shit. He's not scarred like
Oh no,
cats, you male cats do.
my cat's the
Yeah.
alpha. My cat's the alpha. He does the beating.
Well, the my male cat is much bigger than the three females,
Mm,
and he is the boss. Nobody fucks with him.
yes.
Okay, and everybody respects him. And the female fight between themselves. Occasionally they create ruckus. But when the boy comes, they are quiet. They know the place.
Mhm.
But nobody is fed. Not one single cat. And my wife feeds them a lot. I told her, don't feed them 3 times a day. Once a day is enough. Yeah, but she's in the kitchen doing something. All cats shows up, and then bootsy bootsy. So everybody gets something.
Mhm. I have
But always they eat only eggs, milk, and raw meat with salt. Always with salt.
so. Do you think the quality we have the food quality like we have chickens that get fed grains and seeds, and of course it's still raw food. It's better than cooked food. But do you think it matters a lot? Because I can get a lot of poor quality eggs for cheap, and I can feed them that. But the egg quality is kind of ass, you know.
Well, always you as far as chicken go, you cannot find a properly fed chicken because
That's true.
proper food are insects. Where there I saw some farm now, modern farm. I don't remember if it's United States or where it was. That chicken farm is actually a big gated place on wheels with motor
Yes,
and has a roof.
we have one.
Yeah, and they just move it.
Exactly. I read this too, and we have one, but it's like 2 3 hours away from me. So I'm like, so much effort for eggs. Wait.
Yeah, and then they move it, and then she can pick on the insects that are around.
That's the best.
That's a good stuff.
That's the
Yeah.
best. But I don't eat eggs because I just think they're not eating their natural diet. And sometimes I eat like grain-fed meat if it's lean and it's okay. You know, it's not that big a deal. But chickens, it's like bad diets. It's like, eh.
Well, eggs I eat occasionally, not every day.
Mm.
But today, for example, we were out. We took one dog for hair cutting to cut the excessive hair, and my wife was helping her friend with preparation for her birthday, whatever. And when we came back, I didn't want her now to have to prepare food, so we just had a shake, 2 eggs and or 3 eggs and some yogurt uh, and banana. And then, of course, we went to a market and there is a uh, store that sells nuts, and they open brand new fresh bag of pistachios. They just opened it, and the smell. Of course, we bought kilo and we ate the whole freaking thing. So I have to drink plasma whole night if I want to have cleansing tomorrow.
Mm.
This is not good stuff, but I'm human, so what can I tell you?
My body, if I'm drinking plasma, I wake up in the morning. I'm always like, I need to drink like 3 liters. I'm so dehydrated in the morning because my body is using it all for the
Yeah,
hydration.
I'm also drinking during the night. So
Yeah, I
I have to
don't.
get up.
Sometimes I
Yeah,
do
I
it,
have to
but
get up, go in the bathroom, and before going back to bed, I go and drink half a liter of
yeah,
plasma.
I don't do that often because I'm just a bit lazy. But when I'm very toxic, I have to do that. Otherwise, you can't sleep.
Yeah, right,
But
exactly.
I usually don't. I mean, it's better to do what you say because of course you get more cellular hydration. But I mean, you can also pulse over day on the day, which is also kind of good. But yeah, I
Yeah,
usually don't do that.
yeah, you adjust the protocol to yourself, to your
But it's
needs.
better because you get the most hydration at night, of course.
Yeah,
hmm
and,
Uh,
and both cleansing is better.
hmm uh, I have a friend, and he is like recently getting into the protocol, and of course he's having he has a lot of like skin issues. He gets a lot of pimples, specifically
Hmm.
around thingy, and of course that's detox, as we know, for the skin. Uh,
Yeah.
but I think personally, you think the dairy, the milk, could be contributing to it because he's eliminating the excess. I mean, in the beginning, it will always still stay for the
Yeah,
first few
yeah.
months, right?
If he stops drinking milk, the skin will calm down much faster.
Yes, right. Okay. Because I think usually with skin issues on SHP, the first 2 months you will still have them, and then they go away fully. I think.
Yeah, but you cannot have milk because for milk you have to drop the toxicity of blood pretty low down,
Hmm.
and it may take 4 6 months to do that before you can have milk and not having any issues with skin.
Okay, so no milk to prevent skin. And like, okay,
Right.
is it just milk, or do you think any dairy can, like yogurt?
Mostly milk.
Yeah, yogurt and
Mostly milk.
okay,
Yogurt less, but also too much
it's mostly milk.
also can have. Cheese will be better tolerated.
Yeah, it's just the lactose and the
Uh,
growth hormones and how fresh it is. And, okay,
yeah,
cool. Do you know anything about nail biting? It's just habit, but I always bite my nails like since I was a kid.
that's habit.
Yeah, it's just habit.
Yeah,
I was like,
that's habit.
some people say it's like a mineral deficiency or something. Like,
Nah, it's habit.
mm-hmm.
Mineral deficiency would make your nails
Yeah,
brittle.
my nails are good. They're just I just bite them.
Yeah, that's a habit.
Mm-hmm. And it's usually when you're stressed, like you want to pick on something.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Um, yeah. I had I was many people in the primal raw meat community. They do like they eat oysters, and when they start eating milk, they get big detoxes. And
Well, yeah, that could give you a lot of diarrhea, but um, I would not mix milk and fish
mix it, why not?
in the same meal. Um, well, I don't. To me, it's basically taste wise. It just doesn't fit. After having fish, last thing I saw in my mind would be milk.
No,
I
yeah.
would rather grab wine, or water with salt than milk.
Yeah, but I misspoke. I just meant like the first time they have either oysters or milk in a large amount,
Aha,
they
okay.
get a big
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
detox.
yeah.
Do you think there's anything? I thought it could be relating to the big mineral content of zinc and stuff like that. Just like we're over at
Well,
ourselves.
milk is plasma, brings minerals,
Mm.
and oysters also. Oysters also have the seawater in them.
Mm. But oysters specifically seem to bring on a very big detox. I myself just had oysters, a lot of them for the first time, and I got a way bigger detox than with the usual plasma.
Well, if you would put more salt in the plasma, you would have also big detox.
I've done a lot of salt though. Like the oysters are less salty than the plasma, but it is oxygenated because it's oyster, of course.
Well, yeah, this is one thing. And another thing is also that with the raw oyster, you are not actually bringing any toxin in. You're just bringing minerals and meat. And there is actually very little to eliminate because you will basically digest everything and absorb. So when you don't have much to eliminate and then you bring your regular plasma, the plasma just runs through you and cleansing is done very easily and efficient.
Mm, I'm not fully. I mean, I've done 11-day fasts and drank plasma the whole day, so I know like it's of course it just runs through you, but still that I got like a massive like insane headache for multiple hours and I kept flushing. It was very different,
Oh,
and I thought it. I think it's because of.
well,
I think it's because of the zinc and selenium and mineral content of the oyster, but
it could be. It could be.
I think it's
Change
very
of
cool.
frequency.
Yeah, exactly. Because of course the salt cleanses everything generally, but salt is a mineral, zinc is a mineral, and
Yeah,
if you get the excess, you get maybe certain benefits of detoxing a certain part of the body. I think
yeah,
that's my theory. So yeah, but oysters also could be polluted.
definitely. Because they are bottom feeders.
Yeah, but
So
so
toxin settle.
so either they're very toxic or they can offer very potent uh, detoxing frequencies.
That's why they have to be picked from a clean water.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if mine were clean, but I did it. Well,
Yeah,
like
well,
the
it's a Russian roulette.
yes, Jonas says oysters actually store the toxins in their shells instead of in the body itself. But I'm not sure. So yeah, it's either very toxic or very detoxing. He says it's very detoxing. It could be both. I mean, it's plasma
Yeah,
after all. So also,
right.
mhm. Is there a reason you resorted to alcoholism, or you just liked it, or?
No, because I was not alcoholic when I lived in New York City.
Mm,
But what happened, I started cruising and I got my captain license and I start taking people out. And when people go with captain, they're on vacation, they all like to drink.
mm,
So when they are drinking, I have to have alcohol for them, and then they want to drink with captain.
mm,
So they would bring me always a beer or wine, whatever they drink, they would bring me one. Ah, that's one for captain, got a drink with us. So I start social drinking, and then I continued even when I didn't have any charter.
mm,
So I became a functional alcoholic until I decided to go into research, and then I could not drink because I was making experiments. And without any help of any Alcoholic Anonymous, I basically uh, learned how to live without alcohol and still could offer alcohol to my guests and me not drinking it and politely refused under, saying that I'm experimenting something or detoxifying and I cannot have it. So they understand.
mm. Also, there's like a big thing about your eye color changing when you detox. Iridology. You've said you think it's somewhat true. Of course, we can see some toxins stored in the eye, but yeah, what's your view on that? Is it just marketing? Is it actually will your eyes turn green? Will your eyes turn blue? Or is it also just ego manifestation?
No, the color of the eyes will not change because of cleansing itself. It will change because it's a change of frequency. So something has to happen in your reality that is going to achieve it, and it could be part of the programming as well. For example, my father, he had a green eyes, but when he get really mad, his eyes became gray.
Wow.
So change of vibration from state of being would change the color of his eyes.
Mm-hmm. You also said that if you were exposed to a sexy image or you're around women a lot, your testosterone increases. Is that actually a significant
Yeah,
thing?
yeah, because testosterone is calibrated to need.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Everything in our body is calibrated on need to basis. So if you are somewhere where there are no women and you are under harsh circumstances, so you don't even think about sex, your testosterone level will be low.
Mm-hmm.
And you are exposed to sexy pictures, your testosterone level goes up right away.
So if you there are certain benefits to having high testosterone because people desire that. Would it be
Yeah,
smart to expose yourself to females as much as possible to stimulate that?
um, well, I always expose myself to females. I was never thinking about testosterone. I was thinking about other
Yeah,
things.
I mean it's a natural thing. Yeah, it's a natural thing. But I myself, I'm like very busy with the health stuff. I'm like, okay, girls they will come later, but it's like I'm basically not talking to girls, which is like kind of bad in that sense, you know?
Well, I had my first relationship with a woman that I had girlfriend uh, when I was what 20 years old. Nothing before. I was in sports, and even that was because she was beautiful, and she came to as a student living in a house of my neighbor, so frequent contact, and she liked me, and she was willing to stick around me even though I was not having time for her. I was at that time practicing martial arts a lot, and after school, university, I would go in a gym. So if she wanted to be with me, she has to go to gym
Mm-hmm.
and wait. So instead of waiting, so she also started practicing, and then we would have a couple hours after exercising. Sometimes she would go to me to my house. But that's how I got my first girlfriend. If she would not stick around me, I would not have girlfriend because I was in the sports.
Mm.
Uh, Not that I didn't want to be with girlfriends, but mind frame is in different place in a family where it was like, yeah, no sex until you are married, and then how can you get married? No women until you finish your schooling because it's distraction. You will never finish the school if you have a girlfriend. So the everything around you works against this. So that's how it works.
Mm. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I myself still want to have those types of relationships. I mean, I've had one girlfriend, but I still want to have way more of that in the future. So I hope that's still.
Yeah, but now you know better. Now you know that you should manifest, and
Beautiful woman.
you create you create woman the way you want it.
Yes.
Because usually we men are so flaky. Uh, you know, we go to bed just with about anything,
No,
and
I was never like that. I'm like very picky.
no,
No, no, no.
well, I don't know. I was never picky,
No, no. I mean
but
that's how most are. It's just like I was like I think it's the energy thing. I was very on the energy. Like I could feel their frequency, and if it's low, I'm
yeah,
like not
well,
interested.
yeah, you are the new generation. You are
Yeah.
already programmed differently.
Yeah. True.
I was born in '55, and my father was a big womanizer,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
and I think I chose that family because I wanted some of those experiences of my father. So that's what I got.
Yeah. I mean, it's your.
Originally,
Sure.
yeah, but originally I had one girlfriend. This first girlfriend, if she would not back out of relationship, I would marry her, and that would be my only woman in life. But I went to United States, and then she got cold feet. She didn't want to follow.
Mm.
I didn't want to come back to Yugoslavia. I wanted to stay in the United States, and this is what broke our relationship. And I was disappointed because plan was that she will follow. So then I started having girlfriends, two, three, dating at the same
He
time.
becomes
I
playboy.
didn't care. Yeah, I didn't care. I was not. thinking of family and children. I was thinking of having fun. It's way more uh, pleasure of creating babies than taking care of them.
Yeah. I know. I always intuitively feel like it's a lower frequency, but maybe that's just my observation.
Yeah, no, it's not. Sex, pleasure of sex is there on purpose because it is very difficult for men to be with a woman
Mm.
because they think differently than us. Uh, why do guys go together fishing and hunting? Because women don't want to do these things. Okay, guys are differently. Guys are hunters. They want to go and be together, do things. Sports, same way. Women, they want nests. They want security. They want to take care of a family. They are not. Again, I'm talking um,
Most.
the
General.
generalizing,
Yeah.
right? There is always exemption, but in general, this is how it works.
Yeah. Mhm.
So the sex keeps you there, and the
Yeah.
beauty.
But then you would argue that, I mean, right now we are polygamous, but in 5D you said we only need one woman. Why is that?
Yeah, because the woman will always try to please you, and whenever she catches you that you like certain things, she can shift.
She's cheating.
So the
Cheating the system.
boredom, well, the boredom is not there,
Ah, okay.
So
Mm,
when I look
I
at
see.
the girls from ABBA, okay, I like the blonde Annette. I like also the dark hair one. So sometimes I like the dark hair one better. Sometimes I like the blonde better. And if you have a woman that can be one and the other, she will pick up on you and she will change the way to please you, as you will also do the same for her.
Okay.
So there
I
is
get
no
it.
reason anymore to look for something else.
We're way more flexible, and of course we have trust in this one person, so it's easier.
Right. And it's a spiritual connection.
Mm, okay. I've been. You said seawater was better, but I was struggling to get seawater. So I've got the ozonator, and I'm oxygenating my water, and the taste it changes. Uh, so it says it goes away after 20 minutes. Like you oxygenate it, and then it lasts for 20 minutes. But I see the taste remains. So how long does it actually stay oxygenated?
Well, the oxygen evaporates, it just leaves the water,
What
but
evaporates?
structure changes.
Ah, okay.
Are, are you close? Well, okay, it will lose the oxygen slower if you close it because it pressurizes it, so it keeps it in there.
Mm.
But still, it is better to drink it fresh. And if you are using plasma and you ozonize plasma, it may start smelling on chlorine because you start getting the chlorine dioxide.
Mm. But
Okay, which is not bad.
I don't mind it.
It's a good,
It's okay.
yeah. Only the smell is going to be on chlorine, and also it'll be evaporating. So after you do it, you should not leave it there. You should drink it, and you ozonize before you want to drink.
Yeah, sometimes I leave it.
Yeah, you will still have benefit, but not nearly as if you drink it right away after ozonizing.
Yeah, that's what I do. Because I just, yeah, I try to drink as much as after. But I still feel like there's a structural change that stays. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but even if some oxygen goes away, the structure is different.
Mm, it's better, yeah. I would say so.
Yeah.
Someone asked if like the getting spots in certain parts of the face is actually representative of the organs. Like, but the organ is toxic, so that's why there's a spot on the face, on the forehead.
Well, every part of the body has different frequency, and sometimes, um, frequency of one part of the body could be very close to frequency of some organ or some different part of the body. So um, if you are detoxifying and you are hitting this particular frequency, then in different parts of body can be showing the same resonance in the same color and the um, same problem.
So it's probably true. There's probably some like, okay, this side of the nose reflects the spleen, and when the spleen is toxic, we get a pimple there.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
could be. Yeah.
Okay. Someone also asked if we have like we're of course trying to get the codes and the the messages from the sun and I mean just the benefits from the sun. How much a window sitting behind a window will disrupt the frequency of the light?
Window will, but again, remember it is all controlled through intent. More important is the intent. So even if it's through window, if your intent is there
Yeah.
and you just say to yourself, okay, I'm now absorbing activation codes from the sun,
It's ego
you are
stuff.
going to have better results than going on a sun and not doing that.
Oh wow! So it's like you really have to be conscious.
You consciously have to do it.
Hmm.
You have better results.
Okay. So the best is it's just to think about it and have some kind of external stimulation from the sun, like even the tiniest ray. If you feel that connection, it's worth it.
Yeah, even if you are not exposed to the sun, because it's ionic stuff, which is then everywhere in a space.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Just
when we are
convince yourself.
exposed, yeah, when we are exposed to sun, this makes us think of it. So this is your intent. But you can achieve almost the same result if you are indoor and you just put your attention there
Yeah.
and intent.
So do you think like plasma oxygenated is still worse than seawater? Because seawater will also like lose its oxygenation, right? Or no?
Uh, yeah, but seawater is already alkaline because of the oxygen.
Mm,
Okay, so it will lose it much slower. And again, it is also the structure of the water is such
mm,
that it will retain this much longer than just ozonized water.
mm. So in percentages, how much better is seawater compared to plasma that we see?
I don't know, but you
Okay,
can ask. You can douse it.
okay.
You can put percentage on a paper
Mm,
and your intent will be okay, how much better is this water, and you check and you put okay, 10%. You can use pendulum over it and you just put over 10%, 20%, 30%, and wherever pendulum starts rotating you say, aha, this is the percentage.
mm. You said you drank seawater for a week.
Yeah.
I was interested in. You said you eventually could just drink it plain. So did the salt did it become tastier as well, or was it?
No, my body just uh, adjusted so it doesn't reject it so much. So it is possible for you to drink. It was not pleasant,
Mm,
but it was doable. At the
okay.
beginning, it was not doable. I would
Yeah, because
throw up. I would
you
spit it.
you want to vomit and it tastes bad.
Yeah,
So it tastes
right.
less bad and it becomes more.
Right. It's the same. I don't know. Did you ever drink coffee?
Yes, yeah, it's okay.
Okay. So first time you have a coffee, you want to spit it, and you say, "Oh, who drinks this garbage?"
Mm,
And this is why everybody drinks sugar with coffee on it because they cannot stand the bitterness of a coffee. And
mm,
then more they drink it, the less sugar they use because they get adjusted to this.
yeah.
Okay, so same is with everything else. Our body adjusts.
Mm. And the people think we don't adjust to things. They think the salt will cause problems in the body. But I drink plasma. I taste the sweat on my skin. It's salty as fuck.
Yeah, and it's fine.
The dogs,
Also,
the dog,
when
they lick me.
uh, yeah, yeah, When I was living on a boat and I was sunbathing, and your body little sweats from the heat of the sun,
Mm-hmm.
my dog would always come and lick me because of the salt.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the truth is opposite to anything we have ever been told. So it's very difficult for people to accept it until they start little by little, getting with the program.
Mm. Why do you think? I read your article on omega threes, and people, of course, they market it. They sell you fish oil pills, but your opinion seems to be that it's just another form of fat, and it doesn't have any specific benefit.
Yeah, it's omega 3 from a fish. Uh, it's nothing special, only it contains vitamin D3
Mm-hmm.
because it's a fat soluble. It's based on uh, cholesterol. So, mm, more fat you are taking from animals that have been exposed to sunlight, the more vitamin D3 you are taking also. And this is basically where the benefit is not so much from the type of oil that you are taking.
Mm-hmm. So the fish tend to have more D3 than other animals.
Well, because they are always exposed to sun.
Oh,
They
because they're in
are
the
living
water.
in the water.
Ah.
Yeah, they're in the water, and water absorbs sun,
Mm.
and then they will get in touch with it.
But
And majority of domestic animals are indoors
and that
or
is
under
great.
roof.
So you really kind of want the wild animals or the fish, right? Ideally.
Yeah, wild would be ideal, but it is very difficult to get.
But fish is like
So
fish is pretty good now then, because they're always exposed. They're in plasma all their
yeah,
life.
yeah. Well, we have shrimps or fish every week, at least one meal.
Mm.
Usually more, usually 2 or 3 meals a week, and then the rest will be um, beef or pork,
Because
occasionally chicken.
I feel like I crave like salmon, like I have more of a craving for that than other meats a lot of the time.
Yeah, so eat it
Yeah, no, that's good. I'm just
up
wondering,
there.
like, I think the mainstream they push the vitamin D, of course, for marketing purposes, but I think there's actually more of a benefit behind it than we might understand. And you're saying if the fat is the same, it's probably the vitamin free that's just so much more important than we think it is.
Well, we need it, but not much,
Mm.
and we store it in a fat. The only thing is that in the past, northern countries like your country or Sweden and Norway, um, people had no problem with vitamin D3 because they all ate a lot of fish and meat.
Mm-hmm.
But since the big boom of vegetarianism and this pushing of healthy vegetables, they start eating less meat and they are eating more vegetables and they are getting sick because they don't have now enough vitamin D because it's northern country. It's usually gray sky, very little sun, and when it's sun, always it's often is very cold, so you don't really expose yourself much to it.
Mm.
So this is becoming a problem.
Yeah.
Problem is the food.
Yeah, because I eat a lot of meat, but I am inside most of the time. So I was wondering if you say we only need ledo, if it actually would make a significant difference to eat more fish than ruminant meats and stuff, or that
Well,
it's.
I don't think that you have any problem.
Mm.
I don't think you have problem because remember, the Inuit people, Eskimos,
Mm.
that live on us, but they could not half a year they are in darkness, no sun, no, and the half a year when there is a sun, it's very low, and it is strong reflection, so they cannot even look at it. So they have the fur over, so they not too much sunlight goes into their eyes. They are completely bundled, so even though they are outside, they are not really exposed to the sun. They get all the vitamin from the blubber of the
Yeah, but
seal and of the
that
fish.
that's fish though. That's like That's the omega-3. So I'm talking about the fish omega-3 and the ruminant. If the difference is significant enough.
Yeah, but still, you don't need a lot of it.
Okay.
You don't need a lot of vitamin
You
D.
think you think it's not that interesting to make that comparison.
I don't think it's a problem that would create any problem.
Yeah, and if you're on correct diet, your body will probably adjust anyways.
Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, it's better probably to listen to my intuition. I mostly like beef and fish, I think. So I guess I will just listen
Yeah.
to it. Mhm.
Always make sure that there is a fat in the meat that you eat.
Yeah, recently I've been. I mean, I was cheating a bit, eating a lot of dairy, so I kind of wanted to lose weight. But I thought that you could just eat lean meats and you will just burn your own body fat now.
Hmm.
So then you don't really have to eat additional fat, right? Or am I wrong on that?
Well, if you want to lose weight, then just eat lean meat.
Yeah, exactly. Because you have the fat from
Eat,
your body.
eat rabbit. Rabbit is lean.
Rabbit starvation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also did the fasting before, but I always like I know the calorie burning. I of course I'm
Hmm.
still young. I kind of want to grow, so having the protein is probably a good idea. Uh, and I feel like I get cold a bit because I'm not burning the thermogenesis. But
Yeah. Well, whenever you're not bringing, when you're not bringing calories, the body is going to use the fat, but also it is going to start rationing the calories. So it will try not to burn too much, so there's a calorie for other functions, and you start getting more cold sensitive.
mm, so yeah, you're. I mean, I think fasting is could be very beneficial, but you're kind of giving your body limited resources in some kind of way. Then.
Yeah, well, fasting is very good,
Mm,
especially if you have extra weight that you want to get rid of. Then it's perfect.
okay. Yeah, I'm like I care a lot about bodybuilding and muscle, and of course we don't lose that until you're very lean. Uh, but
Well, yeah, if you want muscles and you don't want to lose weight like this, you start eating more protein and lift heavier weights and manifest.
yeah, I need to get. I want to try the manifesting more for the muscles, because I mean I'm already pretty muscular, but I think maybe if I hang a poster of a nice physique in front of me and I use some fat, it could actually boost my results even more.
Yeah,
But yeah, I'm gonna try that out. I was thinking about doing that. So yeah, but I'm already pretty muscular, so that's pretty nice. But yeah, I'm probably if I want to lose weight, I might fast. But
you know, I got so disappointed with this muscle stuff
mm-hmm,
because also when I was young, I was not only uh, in kickboxing and tang soo do,
mm,
but also I realized that I need to beef up. I need muscle because yeah, technique is one thing, but power is another thing.
mm,
And I started lifting. I made a little weight room in my house, and I made my own weights, and I would start lifting weights and gaining muscles, and I got decent body. And then when I came to New York City, I had motorcycle accident, and I was 2 months in a bed,
ah, so
and all my muscles were gone.
you don't use it, you lose it.
Everything was
You
gone.
don't use it, you
Yeah.
lose it. It's all gone.
And I said, this is bullshit. You work so many years so hard to get nice physique, and then you get in a little piscicata accident, and you lose all your
I mean,
work that you spend.
you get it back quicker because the myonuclei. But
Yes, there's a muscle memory, so you get it back quick. But still, it became so disillusional that I stopped even taking care of these muscles. As long as we are nice and fit, and some women, well, even when they appreciate seeing a muscular guy, they still would rather go with a guy who doesn't have these extremely big muscles.
mm, no, it's true.
You know, there is a beauty in one level and then exaggeration.
Yeah, no, it's. I think. I mean, there's in the raw meat community and the looks community people talk about if
Mm.
muscle is actually beneficial, and the most important thing is being lean, low body fat, and a little bit of muscle so you don't look unhealthy. But mostly muscle is for
Yeah,
it's like men appealing to men. It's the big
right,
emphasis.
right. Men appealing to their own ego.
Yes, exactly.
That's basically what it is.
Mm. So
And the thing is that, yeah, there is not even more power in those muscles.
mm,
There is only more fat because muscle, we are built to look certain way.
mm,
And exaggeration can be done only with artificial means. So all these people are on steroids and
uh,
they accumulate fat in the muscle.
I don't believe that. I think you can achieve a pretty big physique without steroids, but it does take a lot
That
of effort.
depends. That depends. Yeah, but that again depends on genetics. I know a black guy who is from Jamaica,
Mm,
but uh, as a child, the family went to Canada,
mm,
so he considered himself Canadian, and now he moved here to Peru. And without any exercising, he has such a great body,
yeah, I mean,
big muscles.
black guys are different. It's they have like good
Well,
structure.
the genetics, yeah.
Yeah.
And when he just looks at the weights, the muscles double on him.
Mm,
Okay, just looking at the weights. And on the other side, I don't know if you saw these videos. Well, on my articles,
yeah, I
two
know.
articles
It's
I
the guy,
mentioned them.
the calisthenics guy. The he like wears the janitor suit and he goes like,
Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, so he is extremely powerful and exercises a lot, but doesn't take any steroids. And he has powerful muscles, but they are not as exaggerated as you can see them on
yeah.
those guys who are
I think his physique
shooting.
is a good example of what is good. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm I'm decently built myself, so I can. I have decent
yeah,
muscle myself, so I think you can get pretty big, but not the steroids, and it looks bad to be
but
honest. The
yeah,
steroids,
right, yeah, exactly.
but yeah, you can definitely build some muscle. But some people think the muscle building and the exercise it is bad, it is stressful.
No, it's not.
But
It's okay.
I do find it does take it costs extra energy, you know, and you're sometimes tired
Yeah, but
recovering.
yeah, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because your body produces as much energy as you need.
Mm-hmm.
The the saying that we have a certain amount of energy, and when we use the energy, this is when we die. This is a bullshit story that somebody invented.
They confuse it with toxicity, you know.
Yeah,
But some argue that there's a guy. He's like he has a couple of things right. Like he knows about frequency, he knows about manifestation, but he's like I don't exercise because it's I feel like it stresses me out, and I just use the mind to form the muscles, which that's good. And he thinks the exercising it takes away from his focus on manifestation.
well, body is made to move, so
Mm.
we should move. And
Yeah.
if we have sedentary lives like you and I, we're sitting behind a freaking computer, then gym is the easiest way of workout.
You think it's always good to move?
Definitely.
Yeah, cause
Because again, what you don't use, you lose.
exactly yes. Yeah, I like the muscular physique, and I mean, I like the beauty of working out, like designing the program, like the exercises. So
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
always
yeah.
wanted to do that, and then I quit for like 1 or 2 months because they said I was bad, but then I got back into it because I was like I'm kind of bored and I want to have cool muscles. Uh,
Yeah, of course.
but
It's not bad.
I did feel like you got tired after a workout sometimes, and it does cost extra energy. So I was like, it could possibly be it is extra effort you are putting towards something.
Yeah, but you are also oxygenating better.
Mm.
Your lymphatic system works better because your blood goes faster through your system.
Mm.
So has many benefits. We have to move.
But they say like people they put the faces when they're pushing. They're like, they're not happy, and people often they say they don't enjoy it. They don't like going to the gym.
Well, depends. When I was exercising, when I was young, I loved to be in my gym and exercise. I loved it because you come to the point when you actually are lifting something and you feel your muscles doing the job. Okay, and you like this, and then you want to see how much weight you can put on these muscles to
Mm.
do this.
Yes.
Okay, so you enjoy it. Of course, I also wanted to have big muscles, so I would put demands on it. Okay, I have to do this 10 times, and I would do eight, and I could not, and I would force myself. And of course, yeah, then it doesn't, it's not joyful anymore, but there is a joy after that because you are all pumped up and you really feel good when you are pumped up. You
So
know,
you,
it's a
you, you don't think
good
it
feeling.
you don't think it pulls us down to have that you don't think it pulls the energy down.
No,
Okay.
no. Some people say that sex is also bad, that you cannot have sex because blah, blah. This is all bullshit.
I think that's more like the depopulation propaganda though. Like they don't want us to have kids and stuff.
Yeah, but also Buddhists, they have this theory also of semen retention. And on the other side, they have these, they ejaculate and they put it all in one place and they mix, I don't know what they do with the semen. I mean, people are big freaks, you know, they invent all kinds of nonsense.
Yeah, it's a bit odd sometimes. So, ideally, we would live in the tropics, right? With like the best air quality, the best meat, and no EMFs. Because I think that the EMF, maybe if you're like in the house, even if you're sleeping, if you're having the cellular hydration, if there's EMFs, it might not happen. I mean, you get adjusted to the EMFs. It's like small poison.
Well, the best probably place to live as far as the cleanliness go is mountains.
Hmm.
You have the cleanest air because the junk settles down. So you have the cleanest air. And the second best would be then on a sea, on a boat. You know, so you again you have a fresh
I
breeze.
think you have some bias.
Yeah, definitely. I actually am very happy when I'm crossing the Atlantic alone. I have the biggest property. Nobody can invade me. I don't have anybody to tell me what to do and what not to do.
Hmm. I feel like when I go to the beach, I'm always a bit uncomfortable. I think it's because of the it's very hot from the sun, and in the Holland it's very moist the air, so you get always overheated. I think.
Here is also huge moisture in
Yeah.
the jungle.
Hmm.
So here is,
It's
uh,
not pleasant, right? Or you think it's okay?
well, again, I like it better than freezing. You know, I always remember winters when I was going to school with a tram, and then I had to wait for tram, and my feet freezing on a and
Yeah.
stepping one foot to another, and waiting and hating the freaking. I rather sweat and be in the heat than freeze like that.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm pretty neutral. I think I don't like freezing and I don't like too hot, but I don't mind like if it's okay, you know. I don't mind freezing even that much. I quite like winter, but summer also good, of course. I mean, the sun, we don't get it often here, so when we have it, it's very nice.
Well, for me again, the best is both
Hmm.
because the sea is never too hot. It goes up to 30, 31 degree even in Caribbean, and there is always
Oh,
breeze.
that's not that bad, 31.
No, and it's always breezy.
So
And yeah,
why is the
tell me.
land warmer than the sea?
Because the sea is water, and water is slower to warm up
Oh yeah,
and
true,
holds the heat longer.
true.
Earth warms up quicker and cools down quicker. So at night it's cold, and in the day it's overly hot because it hits you from the bottom and from the top.
Hmm. True, true. Makes sense. What were you saying before?
When you live on a boat, you know you have beautiful breeze. You are on the anchor, not in a marina, on the anchor, and you open the hatches, and breeze is going through the boat, cooling everything. You never even need air condition as long as it's breezy.
Hmm.
And The only time you need air condition when you are sailing in bad weather and it's still warm and inside in a cabin it gets warm, stale air, so you need air condition to kind of cool it down or big fans to blow it through. You cannot open windows because spray is coming from the water, salt. You don't want it inside.
Mm.
But otherwise, you need air condition only when you are in a harbor, which I hate to do.
Mm.
If I put boat in a harbor, it's only because I want to leave it there and I want to go somewhere else. So nobody's on a boat anyway.
Mm. You said if you were like stranded on an island, you would drink like small bits of salt water to like keep the hydration.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm. But
Uh, on a boat, I had a special faucet made from a strainer for the engine. I took water directly up in my kitchen, and I would mix seawater with the water from desalinator to get my salinity, and that's what I was drinking. I was not putting salt.
okay, so but if you were only to drink seawater, you would dehydrate or you would adjust.
No, but no, but you would drink much less.
Hmm.
You have to drink it slower and not quickly.
But even long term,
So
you would not fully adjust because it's just too salty, right?
you will adjust. There are many, many people who have been on a trip for 40 days,
Mm.
and the only thing they could drink is seawater, and there was absolutely no problem
No,
with
no,
it.
I can understand you survive, but like, let's say you only drank seawater your whole life, that would be fine.
Well, most likely will be fine because your body will adjust.
Yeah, okay, that's what I okay. That was what I was expecting because it wouldn't make sense if like okay, but when you strand, you're of course not adjusted, so then you want to take it slow, right?
Right.
Because let's say you drink a lot, you'll probably get massive detox and massive detox stranded island.
You'll have you'll have a lot of diarrhea. You will be throwing out the water that you drink, and you will constantly have diarrhea and sweating salt out.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever you drink, you eliminate. So why to drink?
So what
So you drink less and
do
you
you
eliminate less.
so when people die of dehydration at sea, they start drinking seawater. Well, is that propaganda or?
Yeah, because they are told not to drink seawater, that this is gonna kill them.
But I do think
So they don't drink.
I think some try and they say they also die. It's a lie.
No, they didn't. Trying and doing is two different things.
They didn't
You
commit to
have
it.
to do it.
You have to commit
Yeah,
to it. Okay, but you
right.
will adjust fast enough.
And also the thing is, if you start doing it, your body goes into detox. So you are going to vomit and have diarrhea. And
Ah,
if you think that this is killing you, so you stop doing it because you
people
think
get
it's killing you.
scared. Okay, true.
Yeah,
Makes sense. They drink a bit. They try to. Oh no, I'm so ill. Ooh, and then they get fucked.
yeah,
Mm,
right.
that makes sense actually. But why do we not see like this? I mean, we have people in the community who have found a few examples, but why do we not see like tribes and stuff drinking seawater then?
Well, they are, but we think that they are crazy. There are places in India where the only water available is the salty water
Mm.
because they are close to sea. So the water that they drink is called seawater through the soil and ends up in their cistern that they are using, and they only drink seawater. And now this is big thing that they are pleading for people. Actually, they're not pleading, but the government is trying to bring in the freshwater source to them so they don't poison themselves any longer with, well, they are healthy because they are drinking this water.
Mm.
Okay, nobody's, and then they are sick only because they are eating the stupid rice and grain, what they use for their food.
Mm. But then I think there's some animals which they go for fresh water over seawater.
Well, yeah, the animal will always go for fresh water, but if no fresh water, they will drink seawater. I saw very often dogs in Caribbean drinking seawater.
Mm.
Camels very often drink seawater down in Africa.
But they don't go for the seawater initially because they're not used to it, or because they are already hydrated, or
Well, if they are not overly thirsty, they are not going to drink unless they have fresh water. You also, if you are not thirsty, you are not going to drink seawater. But if you have a fresh water, you will drink. But if you are very thirsty and there is no fresh water, well, you better drink seawater.
okay. So, hmm, okay. Yeah, I mean, is that just intuitive? Is this just a program? I guess.
I think it's availability
Hmm. But
and brainwashing.
I mean, the fresh water has less minerals. Why would you consume inferior product?
Yeah,
But why?
always.
But why does the animal then do it? Like, why would the animal not just drink seawater? Because it has to eliminate, maybe.
Because, well, animals like carnivores, they basically have enough minerals by eating meat.
Mm.
So little bit water is enough.
Okay, they do it.
And
Then they do it because they don't
I'm,
want to eliminate, right?
well, they don't know all of this, but they do it because they have to urinate because as long as you eat, you will have to eliminate. So
Mm.
if you urinate, you have to drink, and every animal urinates, so they have to drink.
Mm.
And um, this is very noticeable with camels because camels can be 1 month walking through Sahara without necessity of drinking.
Mm.
But they can only do it if they drank seawater or water with salt before they went on a trip. Otherwise, they cannot do this
Mm.
because they dilute their blood. They put so much extra liquid in their blood, and since they are not toxic, they are not immediately going into cleanse, and they are programmed to have dry excrements to save water. They urinate only when necessary, and since they are not eating much when they are walking, they don't need to eliminate much, so they don't urinate much, and they can be a long time with this level of water in their blood.
Yeah, I also find if I load up on plasma in the morning or a lot of salt, and then I have a period of drinking less, but I didn't like if I drink a lot of salt, like saltier plasma, and I load up, and then I can actually go throughout the day, and I will still maintain pretty good hydration.
Yeah, well, when I know I'm going to go to town, uh, I know that bathroom is sketchy stuff. So
Yes.
I drink my plasma early in the morning. So I have my cleanse before I go to town, and I don't drink anything after the cleanse. Normally, I drink 1 liter or half a liter water after.
Yeah, it's no
But
go.
if I go to town, I don't do it, so I don't have to go to bathroom. I'm not thirsty. I can be in town half a day and come in the evening without drinking anything. But when I come home, I drink 1 liter of plasma right away just to
Yeah,
put back in me what my body evaporated.
that's my experience as well. But I've had some interesting moments because, of course, when you're cleansing, it goes like, whoop,
Yeah,
it's so
yeah,
quick.
yeah.
I was once I was so tired of going to bathroom every time. I just put a bucket in my room. I was like, just go to the toilet on the bucket. Yeah, I mean that's the real plasma protocol.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but that's I've had a bunch of times that I almost shit myself because I was just drinking plasma while I was like having to move. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
well, happens to everybody.
yeah. That's the only problem I have with the plasma lifestyle. Is like some people they do physical labor and it's really hard to cleanse if you work physical labor, especially if there's no toilet near.
Well, you can do it overnight.
Yeah, that's true. But like
Then when you come home, then you start drinking, drink all night, and
I,
in the morning you have your flush and stop.
it's true. The most important is overnight, anyways, because cellular hydration.
Yeah.
So people, that's good advice actually. I'll tell it to people. The night is most important in the morning. Hmm.
And even though they have frequent, they have to go to bathroom frequently at night, they still have a good night's sleep and they'll feel great in the morning because their blood will be clean.
Yeah, I think my sleep is okay, but I never feel like super. But I'm always a bit tired. But I think it's just like detox and stuff.
But now we are being reprogrammed also. So at
Yes.
night we are doing a lot of, the body is very busy. So we wake up. I told you today I woke up like train ran over me.
Mm, true.
Even now, I'm still, my eyes are half closed. When we are done with the conversation, I'm gonna go into bed.
Yeah,
Maybe try to watch a video, and
it's almost 3 a.m. for me. So
yeah, it's late.
yes, but I was looking forward to this all day. So I love it. You're helping me a lot to understand stuff better. And that's also like I've been following your stuff for like a year, and I was like, he has given me so much value, so much better worldview. I just have to give him something, you know.
Well, thank you very much because this is what I live from. But I stopped asking people.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm trying to live already in a fifth
Yes, I heard
density.
someone said it to me that you said it like does accepting donations or accepting money is low frequency that you want to avoid it.
No, it's not accepting asking for money.
Ask, I guess.
Okay, so we have to learn to accept gifts and
Receive.
to give gifts.
Mm,
Yeah, but not necessarily to ask. Because when you ask, you are putting other people in particular situation because some people simply cannot afford it and then they feel obliged and then they feel bad and you didn't achieve anything. So I stopped asking, but of course I appreciate whenever people offer
mm,
because we are still in this money pit, and without money I cannot go on internet, I cannot pay my phone bills, I cannot pay for food for the place I'm living. I mean, it all costs money.
mm. If you drink a lot of plasma, as you said, table salt, it's really not like in some food products. It's really not big of a deal because you get salt, it's eliminated. Or
Well, the doctors agreed that when you drink sea salt, when you eat sea salt, the level of sodium in your body goes down. And it goes down not because uh, you are having less sodium coming in, but because you are providing many more different minerals. So the mineralization overall is what has to be achieved.
mm,
And the body will then readjust what is the best possible um, construction of these salts because there are 12 different salts. So body will choose what it needs at the moment the best.
because I
And
yeah,
yeah,
because I consume the pasteurized cheese, and of course it's also heated, so the it's a bit damaged. But it really does not cause me that much discomfort. But when I compare to like cooked meat, that's way different.
yeah, of course.
I feel like
Cooked meat is once the best way to see the difference between cooked and raw meat is if you fast, let's say, for 10 days or 1 week, and then you break a fast, you start feeling really light and good, and then you break the fast with raw meat, and you see that the feeling of lightness remains. You feel good after you eat, and you feel light, and you can have a couple days and you have raw meat or raw fish, and you preserve this great feeling, and then you have third day you can have a seared meat or uh, cooked chicken, and it's like you put bomb in your stomach.
yeah.
All of a sudden, you feel the pressure in the whole body. Okay, and this is what the difference is. You don't notice it until your body is properly tuned and sensitive. And then when you make the wrong decision, the body shows you immediately.
Mm. It seems to me though that dairy, the structure is less affected than with meat if it's heated.
Could be.
I know I feel it in my stomach. I don't see. I mean, it's heavy.
Uh-huh.
It's heavier
Yeah.
than raw, but it's like cooked meat is. I would assume more problematic.
Well, I noticed that on a chicken because after I was 1 week on fast and then I was eating um, uh, carpaccio. When I started eating, I had carpaccio, and then day after I had a tuna Tatar steak,
Mm.
and it was all great. Same feeling. I was great. And the third day, my wife made a chicken soup, and I ate chicken soup and little piece of cooked chicken, and it was like I completely messed up my system. I immediately felt heavy, not eager to do things. It just tie me down immediately.
I also feel like lactose does the same. It weighs me down a bit because it sits in the stomach, forming the fiber.
I don't know. I didn't try it. I would have to try it
No, I mean like
next time.
if I consume a lot of milk, you can feel it a bit more in the stomach than other foods because the lactose.
Uh, Probably. I didn't notice that.
You don't consume a lot of milk?
I eat little cheese almost every day, little piece of cheese,
Yeah, but cheese is
and yeah, and usually it's Holland from Holland, uh, Edam or some. I don't know. You make great cheeses there,
mm,
and then I may have yogurt occasionally. I used to have it almost every day, but not anymore uh, because I'm getting overweight. If I have 2 meals a day, if I have my banana shake, yogurt and eggs, and then I have some meat dish, I start gaining weight.
yeah,
So,
I'm too heavy, but it's like because I have a lot of muscle, it's not that bad because it eats the
mm,
fat. But
yeah,
for me, it's the dairy. I need to like the dairy is and like the more because if I eat dairy, I will have more meals because it's so addicting. It's not very satiating.
yeah, yeah.
So I think it's best
Well,
to just do meat. To be honest.
it is for sure.
Mm, that's what I'm finding. Like 1 or 2 meals of meat. I think one meal is pretty. If you just eat a lot of meat, maybe some butter, it's perfect.
Well, you should make sure that you don't starve yourself.
Mm.
So
I mean, you
that
can just not.
you always should have
You
a
could
little
even
bit fat.
you could even starve yourself. It's fine, no? Just fast.
Yeah, you can, but it is always good to have a little bit belly fat, a little bit, So
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
it's that's your reserve food. It's like having your fuel in a tank.
Mm. But it looks very good when you're lean, though. It looks cool.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's older you get, the more difficult it is to achieve because you don't move that much.
Yeah, but of course we have the mindset now. I have the mindset now. I can achieve that easy. I just need to lay off
Yeah.
the. I need to lay off the dairy a bit.
Well, I need to go to change my lifestyle, traveling
Mm.
again,
Yeah,
moving.
I sit behind the computer all day, and then I get bored. I will eat some dairy, and then just keep eating. Yeah.
Well, I'm worse than that. I'll have a piece of dairy, and then I when I'm working, it's okay. But if I go to watch videos or something, then or just watching put me to sleep. So to keep up, I have to nibble on something. So I nibble on piece of
You
cheese,
activate the
and
digestive
then
system so you don't fall asleep after cleansing.
well, then if I'm done with the cheese, and I'm still have to watch something, so maybe some nuts and chew on some nut,
Yeah, you have nut
and then
addiction.
hopefully there's no chocolate in the house because then easily I go and grab a chocolate.
Yeah.
So I don't buy what I'm not supposed to eat.
Yeah, it's easier to stick to diet when my parents aren't home. But when my parents are home,
Yeah,
I do some cheese sometimes because it's in the
yeah,
fridge. It's right there. It's tasty. It's still decent for the diet. But I don't cheat
yeah,
otherwise. Like I don't do carbs and stuff. No nuts. I don't even like them that much. But that's just me. I like cheese. I
yeah.
like
Well,
meat.
you are young. It's different than when you get
Yeah,
older.
it's true. It's true. I was thinking about if you put if you have like a bed you sleep and you have the bed is like half submerged in seawater so you can get automatic hydration at night while you're sleeping. What do you think of this?
Yeah, this can work.
Yeah.
Uh, People that have been floating in a sea for a while,
good.
They are all healthy and they don't have to even drink. They are absorbing all the liquid they need directly through the skin. They are urinating, they are cleansing, and they are all healthy when they are being rescued.
Hmm. So wouldn't it be like very efficient to just like go swim in the sea and like keep drinking the water and keep cleansing while you're swimming?
Yeah, because when I was spearfishing
Mm.
a lot, and even though I was
Alcohol.
drinking alcohol and working with people, but then I was also swimming a lot, diving. Uh, I never have a headache, and I never felt dehydrated. My bones did not click. Everything was fine. And as soon as I stopped diving and continued drinking, very quickly my jaw starts clicking, my whole body starts clicking. I was dehydrating very rapidly. Alcohol dehydrates very, very fast.
Mm. I was thinking of a protocol where I also use the pulsar, but of course, if you're in the water, it's hard to do the pulsation.
Yeah, you can.
I was thinking about, oh yes, we go swim in the water, we drink the seawater, we defecate in the water, and then we have the pulsar on the arm, and then you're just giga detoxing.
Well, again, extremes are never good. It's always best to take it with a limit.
But I think like being submerged in seawater, like as a therapeutic thing, like while sleeping, could be pretty interesting. But of course, plasma is very efficient and way more practical. So yeah,
Yeah. Right.
so yeah, yeah. I think I got a lot of answers to my questions. I love talking to you. Um, if I
Well,
have
my
any
pleasure.
if I have anything to ask you more, I will do so. But yeah, you answered all my questions. We've been in this call for a long time, so I'll let you go.
Yeah. And anyway, any question, you can always send me email. And then if you want to connect briefly, discuss something, let me know.
Okay.
And I can always find time.
Okay. Thank you, Darko.
Okay, brother. So it was great meeting you in
Yes.
person, even though it is
In
like this,
person
but it
over
worked.
the.
Yeah, in electronic person. Okay, brother.
Hey.
So we are going to stay in touch because we are both hopefully going to go up,
Yes.
and
To the stars.
we are going to be creating communities. And if I will be allowed to go to sea and have a boat, then I will definitely one of the boat. It's either going to be the Mil 53 trimaran,
Mm-hmm.
but for safety reasons, if my wife and I decide that we are going to really do a lot of open water sailing, I'm looking at the Hallberg Razi,
Mm.
which is in Sweden. So I'll be in your neighborhood there looking
Ah,
for a
yes.
boat going to test
But
drive.
Will Sweden still be Sweden in 5D?
I think all countries are going to collapse, and the people will start creating smaller communities um, because of interest.
Mm. So you're making
So
a
I think everything will change.
you're making a CM. You're making Atlantis, Darko.
Well, I don't know what's going to happen, but most likely the uh, we are all going to end up flying, because creating roads is destruction of Earth. So all this is going to go,
Mm-hmm.
and we will have levitation vehicles, and we'll just zoom through that or on water and through the water diving, and with the same vehicle you'll be able to do everything. And I want to live in that one of those because I hate packing when I travel. I hate to go in hotels and
Do
motels.
you
So
do you avoid the scanner?
I never had to go through one because I stopped traveling 10
Ah,
years ago.
okay.
I'm here 10 years ago, 10 years now without moving.
Are you happy with your decision to move from the America to Peru?
I can't wait to leave from here, and uh,
Go back
and
home to
then when I
Brazil.
start traveling, Yeah, I won't stop traveling unless, again, my calling will be to work for NASA or do something there, but it's not going to be stationary because I'm traveler, and it looks like my wife is also traveler.
Just
So we
just
are going to
just teleports.
teleportation works, but again, once when you like gadgets, then yeah, I can get anywhere with a plane much faster, but I just love the
Yeah,
process
okay.
of sailing.
Or
Okay,
flying.
so or flying. And again, I love to be in control. So
Hmm.
my wife says, why don't we get a captain? Yeah, fight with captain. I rather get crew to help me, and I want to make my decisions.
All right.
So
Sounds fun.
we are going to be satisfying uh, our needs. So you just follow your best excitement. You just do what makes you happy, and don't worry about consequences because you will be supported.
Yes, makes sense to me. Well, Darko, thank you so much.
Okay, brother.
I'm gonna go to bed.
Uh, have a
S-
pleasant sleep.
Speak to you soon. Bye, Darko.
Speak to you. Bye bye, brother.
Love and light.